Good morning, you lot, you fine bunch of dart fans. You've tuned in on Thursday morning, and we've brought you some new players for game number 1 of Thursday's session. Thursday's day session anyway, because we will have 2 sessions today. One which will include 15 games in Group B and 10 tonight in Group C. So we hope you can join us for the rest of this session and of course for tonight as well, as we try and find out who can punch their ticket to Saturday night's finals with Martin Adams, who negotiated Group A with a small cushion of 2 points in the end, at the end of Wednesday. But we're going to start with Northern Ireland's Kevin Burness. Up against Stephen Burton, one of the many crop of dart players that very much simplifies the nickname process by just calling himself Bertie.
60.
I don't mind that though. What I do like about these players is that they're very watchable, they're quick. They don't hang around, and that makes for a very watchable match. And these two get on really, really well. They've spent a fair bit of time together the last couple of years, having the same manager.
60.
So they will rattle on with the old pace in this one. 15 matches, like I said. This is the first of those. We will also welcome Dave Parletti to today's mix. And they will play against 3 players who were at the bottom half of Group A's table in Jamie Lewis, Bradley Kirk and Keelan Kay. We will welcome Dave Parletti into the action in match 2 as he takes on Fireball, Jamie Lewis. As for this one, started by Kevin Burness. He has made the most of that start,
28.
getting himself a very handy lead after his first 4 visits. 25 or possibly a treble 7.
125.
Or the other one. Kept me guessing. Nice leave after 15 darts here for Kev.
101.
2 8s for the first leg.
Amen.
And it didn't take long for Kevin Burness to settle down in this one. And I'm sure we'll make a few puns about the fact that he was the person that beat me in my last World Championship. But let's not get onto that one, because I am Paul the Asa Nicholson and I do welcome you to today's coverage. I had a little joke with Kevin earlier, and he said, make sure you're nice about me. And I said, I wouldn't do anything else, Kevin. Yes, you did beat me at the World Championship a couple of years ago, but it was my own fault. He was better than me on the day. It didn't help that someone turned the lights off in the middle of the first set.
100.
Just added to the drama. I've had a few battles with both of these players over the years. I always found Stephen Burton to be extremely hard to crack. It's the kind of player that is quite relentless when he gets going. He almost reminds me of Dave Pallet in that regard. Quietly confident, just gets on with it, and can figure out some weird and wonderful finishes as well. He's a good mathematician, is the window cleaner. You wouldn't blame these 2 players for
83.
having a bit of an edgy start, because this is their first competitive action since Q School. Stephen is looking for an early big finish. Oh, that's really
79.
unlucky. He will hope that doesn't bite him, because that negated 60 points, which found its way to the floor,
62.
would have left him on double 14. This time he goes for the 16s first.
48.
Interesting that he didn't even think about the bullseye route. Well, watch out for that over the course of the day, as each player will play 5 matches and try to get the perfect 10 points. Tops for Bertie.
30.
And Burness has a somewhat bonus opportunity to get another leg here. 96 for the break. He will not be happy with those two darts.
28.
Double 5
10 in 1.
for Stephen Burton and takes it in 19. But after a little bit of a wobble at the end of that leg, he does find double 5 and he equalises things after 2 at 1-all. Couple of tradies we've got here. Of course, part-time dart players not on the Professional Darts Corporation Tour because of not getting through Q School earlier this season. Burness didn't play poorly at Q School, that's for sure. He had some good games.
100.
Played against the likes of Nick Fulwell, Brett Claydon, who eventually got through. Lost to Joe Myrne, who also got through. You're starting to see a pattern here. Beat Darren Beveridge in a high quality match on day 2 of the final stage of Q School. And we will see Darren Beveridge tonight in a rather Scotland inspired group. Only Matt Dennant
40.
will be non-Scottish. So I'm sure we'll crack out a few Scottish sayings tonight. And why wouldn't we? But it's England versus Northern Ireland here.
26.
I get the feeling that last dart from Stephen slipped out of his hand. Went in at a very funny angle.
139.
Nothing shaky about that. Nice approach to the 2 darter from Kevin.
43.
He has the chance to keep the trend going of winning on throw. Double 16.
46.
I get the feeling that if someone is going to break the throw, they might have to hit a shot like this. And he might. It's a great try.
33.
You sense that Stephen Burton is going to have a big combination finish
16 in
over the
1.
next couple of days, but he's going to have to wait until at least the 4th leg in this one as Kevin Burness takes the 3rd leg and a 2-1 lead. And if this trend continues, you fancy that Burness might get the win 4-3, but can Burton do anything about it? Stephen Burton from the fine county of Suffolk, which has produced some rather splendid dart players over the years.
100.
None other than the 1983 world champion Keith Deller. And in more recent years, Goldfinger Andrew Gilding.
100.
There's many other dart players from the East Anglian region of
99.
England that have been very successful. Steve Beaton lives in East Anglia now. Mervyn King is from that area of the country. And that's where Peter Wright lives as well. Stephen Burton has been living in that treble 20 so far in this leg. Best leg of the match so far from a scoring sense anyway. And he might finish it in 12.
Game in 3.
Oh yeah, I did say, didn't I, that he was likely to get a big combination finish. Well, they do come bigger than a 1-2-1, but they don't come much prettier than that. Bish bash bosh, 2-2 it is, and on we go to leg 5. Don't forget that that was a conversion of 301 points in 6 darts.
100.
You might not see better than that today. We will hope that we will see maybe 321 in 6
100.
darts after a leg beginning 180. Very much like Johnny Clayton last night in the Premier League. He's looking rather good, isn't he? The ferret.
43.
He's always been this good. Now he's just proving it to everybody on planet Earth.
140.
We have 2 players here who have played in the World Championship, of course, but have not been past the second round.
60.
They're on the fringes right now, you'd have to say it. They're between the sort of
41.
top of the Challenge Tour rankings and not getting on the tour, fighting for tour cards. That's the bracket they're in. And in order to get to that next level where,
100.
say, a Ron Muhlenkamp is, around 50 in the world, to be a little bit more secure with a professional career, you just need to find
100.
a little bit extra something, whether that's consistency or another level of performance. I think for Stephen, it is consistency. With Kevin, it may be finding a more consistent 3 or 4 in his average, because he's always hovering around that 85 to 91 mark. Stephen Burton just short of that
45.
60 which he needed for tops. .57 4 tops would have been the shot.
57.
But this game is gradually creeping away from Kevin Burness. More so now, possibly.
51.
Oh, 2 well thrown darts. He just didn't find the target. Double 10, big dart. For a second, he was hoping it was in.
40.
And he's wired both the tops and the 10s.
24.
So for the break, it is Stephen Burton who takes the lead. And we thought that maybe he needed a big combination to get the break, but ultimately he was given 3 darts in 2 different visits to get the job done, and he now throws for the match. Over the course of this week so far, we did of course see Martin Adams through to Saturday night's finals.
32.
He's had the best 2 averages of the week of 104 and 101. He's had the highest finish.
24.
He didn't get the most 180s of the week so far. That belongs to Matt Denon. He's got 25.
95.
I think that has to be commended. 15 matches and 25 180s from Matt Denon. 16 from Wolfie was enough,
100.
but ultimately he was the most consistent throughout the 3 days. And he was the only person to have a perfect day, where on Tuesday he picked up 5
94.
wins from 5. He almost got the same yesterday, but was scuppered in the last game against Sean McDonald.
45.
It's a tighter affair in Group B and in Group C.
98.
Only 2 days of action instead of 3. And in the case of Group C, you've only got 4 matches instead of 5.
180.
That's much better. First 180 of the contest for Kevin. And he really needs to start finding it here if he has any chance of getting his first 2 points in this match.
65.
I really like that switch from Stephen. Takes the ball out of play for the finish. Watch out for him using that a lot.
100.
Mathematically, immensely smart. He's had a 1-2-1.
77.
And he's narrowly missed the 1-1-7 to take the match 4 legs to 2. And Burness can take us to leg 7 only if he gets a shot at double. 47 left. And he does get a shot at tops. And he wires it once again. Stephen Burton in like a flash.
30.
You'd think after that first start with a lovely guide he was a shoo-in. Not meant to be. But it's not over yet.
20.
Stephen Burton can, again, hit double 5. A great guide again. And again, he's underneath. And he will hate that dot. Because if he could have walked to the board and planted a guide next to the double, that would have been it. Just couldn't use it. And Kevin Burness takes the little bit of luck that he is given by the man from Ipswich. Well, we're going all the way. I'm not really sure how, but Stephen Burton has to respond after missing all of those match darts. We have seen a few people this week already miss multiple match darts and lose the match ultimately.
180.
And that is exactly what Stephen Burton did not want to hear.
One, 2, 5.
Good response though. Only a dart behind. Jamie Lewis earlier in the week
60.
missed 14 match darts in a match over the course of 2 legs and lost the match 4-3.
60. $140.
Well, when you've missed 5 match darts, you're thinking, surely I'll get another. There are no guarantees in this game. And Burness is turning the screw. His best scoring leg of the match. And he might finish it in 12. Well, that's an interesting leave. Because now he's on double 15.
$115.
Very good approach from 2-3-1. And now it's Burness with match shots.
30.
He only needs the 2. And what a strange match to start things off. And Burton is going to have to get himself off the floor a little bit after missing those match darts in leg number 6. But it is done in 7, and Kevin Burness gets the first 2 points of the day. We're going to get our first look at Dave Parletti next, and he will take on Jamie Lewis. So stay with us. Welcome back to today's action with the Online Darts Live League. We have a new player and a bit of a veteran now. Into his 4th day of the week is Jamie Lewis, 29-year-old from Carmarthen in West Wales, against the 38-year-old, the very tall postman from Mortlake in Surrey, Dave Parletti. It'll be a very interesting one to see here because it's been an up and down week for Jamie. Yesterday was very down, as we'll touch on in a second, but earlier in the week, at times he looked excellent. We have seen from certain players as well that it takes them a bit of time to settle. We saw the likes of Matt Dennett and Keelan last week on the Thursday and Friday, and they've both said that having the experience of last week coming into this week has stood them in good stead. Well, we will see Keelan in the next match against Bradley Kirk as they do battle for the 4th time this week.
60.
It'll be really interesting to see how things are delivered by the postman here, Dave Parletti. He's a very, very competent player. And he's currently the England Titans champion in modern amateur darts. I'm sure he will be defending that very soon. I have to say,
100.
I like the conviction of his throw. I like the way he plays. He's got really good technique. And as for the start, I'm impressed. It's been very straight. Very little in the way of mistakes. And if he gets his first dart there most of the day, I have a feeling he could be the favourite for this group. If he's on it, he's very, very good.
60.
Not a massive amount of pressure applied to the 61 yet.
Oh, David.
That's not bad. If you're going to miss, at least you get a shot at tops.
21.
Jamie chose not to use the 25 to leave the 2 darter. Just misses that treble 19.
61.
And now the pressure's on tops. With Jamie waiting, Dave Parletti does not hesitate. A very good 16 darter to start his campaign off. I think he could be a bit of a sneaky one today. If you've decided to have a bit of a wager, please gamble responsibly. But Dave Parletti, look at him, waiting patiently in the box. I'm sure Dave has not played a great deal of person-to-person darts in the last year.
Oh, David. 41.
He did, of course, play in the Live League last year with mixed success. I think this is a better environment for Dave Parletti to play as well, because when he was playing last year, he was really struggling with the temperature in the room he was playing. It was very, very hot. This is in the south of England, in the summer, in a non-air conditioned environment. It's very, very difficult to play it. But here, it's a very professional environment. Temperature regulated.
46.
There's going to be nobody to distract you. And I think he could thrive here. I really do.
100.
It's been a strange week for Jamie. Yesterday was a day he'd rather forget.
96.
He lost all 5 of his matches. Sometimes because he didn't play his best, and sometimes because his opponent was just way too good.
140.
The first couple of days he did pick up 6 points, so 3 wins from 5. And if he does that today, he will be in the reckoning for the top spot of Group B at the same time tomorrow.
60.
This has got to be a really pinpoint dart to get a shot at tops. And it almost was.
60.
Peppered 60. But nothing finding the red bit. Can Jamie find the red bit at the top?
36.
Wasn't a bad effort. Does Parletti have the accuracy to finish this off? Very, very good. A 2-0 lead for Parletti. I did say that he was probably the favourite for this group based on reputation currently, and he is not letting us down as he gets to the halfway point in no time at all. sometimes when you're analysing the form, you have to understand what environment a player is comfortable with. You look at the success that Parletti's had in the BDO system and the places where he did not play his best.
140.
He was better at open tournaments. As for on stage, I think that's a skill he's still learning. Two reasons why he's a very watchable player.
5.
One, got great technique. But two, he's a little bit unpredictable sometimes. And even then, when he scores 5, still very entertaining.
140.
It's not the ideal way to back up a 140. Jamie Lewis has no sympathy as he hits 2 of those himself.
140.
And there you go. 4 140s in this leg and a 5. Both players averaging 88 in this game so far.
7.
And of all of the players that I've seen having their first day, it
100.
seems to me like Parletti has settled in to this venue like a round peg in the ground. But that's been the miss for Jamie Lewis this week, especially over the last day and a half. Too many small 20s, not
58.
lifting that dart by the extra centimetre it requires. 16 to go back to tops. Oh, he's gone for double 18.
Game 3.
And he has got it as well. 3-0 to Parletti. He's looking merciless here, looking very hungry. And after not playing at Q School, maybe he's just ready to get cracking. Yeah, looking through what Dave's done this year, well, there hasn't been anything really. Likes of Burness and Stephen Burton, who had a battle in game number 1, sorry. They both went to Q School unsuccessfully. But Dave Parletti did not go.
55.
I don't know the full reasons as to why he did not go to Q School, but he does work. And of course, during these very obscure times, you have to make the right decisions for your family, of course, and for yourself. I know all too well about making that decision about Q School, because I chose not to go as well for medical reasons. The thing that Jamie Lewis has had to wrestle with the last day or two is that he has thrown some poor darts, but a lot of the good ones he's thrown have just been magnetised to the wrong side of the wire of that treble 20. He is so close to really grasping something with his game here, but that dart has got to be lifted by half a centimetre. If he can find that dart, he can be more aggressive with dart 2, and he won't have to switch as much. Very good stuff from Parletti. Really well thought out from that position of 265. There it is again. And he has to go down south. Fortuitously, the treble 7 left a single to leave the finish. You sense it may be a little late. Not able to get any trebles to approach Dave's score, and he can finish the job here if he finds 20 in tops. Pick a side.
50.
Didn't hesitate, did he? No time at all in choosing the left or the right. High finish of the week is 101 for Jamie Lewis.
73.
And that still remains the case. Double 10. Dave Parletti plants that double 10 with his second dart on that visit, and he's got himself his first 2 points and a very, very good start to today's campaign. He will play 10 matches in Group B, and there he's got his first one. He's looking for 9 wins to go on top of that one. But first, before we go back to his campaign, we're looking at Bradley Kirk and Keelan K, who will do battle for the 4th time this week. Welcome back to our action here on Thursday, and we're going to get the trilogy from the last 3 days extended between these two. The 26-year-old from Southampton, Bradley Kirk, who has had a better last couple of days. He's having a Barry Bates type of week. Didn't start the week well on Monday, but then improved on Tuesday and Wednesday. Still found himself at the foot of the table though, hence why he is playing in Group B. Alongside Keelan K, who ended up in 5th position for the week. Keelan will be disappointed that he finished the table
Tom.
in 5th, because after day 1 he was top. 8 points on Monday, and then he had the day on Tuesday where he didn't pick up a win. A little bit of a revival yesterday, picking up 2 wins from 5.
Tom.
But the head-to-head with these two, it's 2-1 to Bradley Kirk. He has won the last 2.
57.
Lost on Monday, 4 legs to 3. That was the only game on Monday where Bradley got any legs.
41.
Lost all of his other games 4-0. But yesterday and on Tuesday, Bradley got the win. And every game they've played this week has been 4 legs to 3.
59.
So expect this one to go the distance. If Bradley does win this match, he will win their head-to-head for the week. He will be 3-1 up with 1 match to go. But maybe, if they both get through this group, they could play a 6th match on Saturday night. So far, Keelan K looks the stronger of the 2. He's been putting in some serious hours over the last couple of weeks.
43.
And he has had some excellent performances. Double 8.
16 left.
Feels like he's playing a little bit faster today. I don't know whether that's just me. But these two are
97.
getting in on the act, as all the players seem to be rattling along at a fair old pace. Double 8. Now double 4. He pushed that wire up, didn't he? 7 visits without winning the leg. Never a sentence a dart player wants to hear. That's the same for Bradley Kirk.
56 left.
Second crack at double 2. And again, he hits the same spot.
1, 2.
Oh, it's a beautiful dart, though. He'll be very, very pleased with that shot, and I'll be very, very unsure, as if to say we'll see a better dart than that all day long. That was so, so good to take a 1-0 lead. So far this week, best average from Keelan was a 97.7, which is impressive.
97.
Best from Bradley Kirk of 91.1, and considering he's been struggling with dartitis for a while,
1, 2,
I have to
1.
commend that a lot. His tenacity and his willingness to really grind this week, he has really impressed me. It's not just the
57.
people like Johnny Clayton right now. It's easy to say he's awesome, because he is. Hitting 9 darters, winning tournaments, beating players with 105 averages. But I dig a little deeper than that. I look at someone like Bradley Kirk, who is an excellent dart player, but is throwing
57.
through adversity right now and is still impressing me. That almost impresses me more.
60.
Darts is not just about the cream of the crop at the top. It's about looking a little bit further down and seeing who is working hard. Well, yesterday, Bradley was working hard against Keelan, not just to try and beat him, but to try and keep his points in his darts. I think on 3 or 4 occasions, the point came out of the dart and was left in the board. At one point, I thought we needed pliers to get the point out of the board.
60.
No such trouble today, so far. Another one of those would be handy.
Tom.
Does a very good job of lining up tops. I have to say, he's probably the most impressive
96.
shooter on tops this week. As soon as I say that, he has an absolute shocker. Might have to get this.
30.
And all 3 darts were not close to their target. He will be puzzled about that. Bradley Kirk will be grateful. Bullseye for him.
63.
That was really close. Okay, different visit, different number. Hopefully for Keelan, a different result.
Score.
I don't really know what to say about that. Double 8.
Gain and 2.
And Bradley Kirk is a very, very lucky boy to not only get that chance, but he does take the chance, so full credit to him. And we could be seeing this one go all the way again. So far, it's following that trend. 1-1 in this one. What Keelan's got to do is forget the last 4 darts and just continue to score the way he's scored in this match so far.
60.
Neither of them are averaging well, but at times Keelan is throwing well. This is the thing about his game that will
55.
start to improve, hopefully, for him over the next couple of years. He's only 19. We can't heap too much pressure on him. He's not Michael van Gerwen winning the World Masters at 17. Although he did have a bit of a blockbuster World Cup at youth level
59.
in 2019. Is that really 2 years ago? Wow. I remember watching his pairs final with Brad Phillips live.
140.
That can't possibly be 2 years ago. But it was. And he won the singles and the pairs and the team event. He filled the net.
81.
He may be earmarking the development tour as something he's really gunning for in 2021 when it returns.
96.
Bradley is now well above the development tour age limit, so we'll have to concentrate on senior darts as and when he wants to return to other competitive action. But right now, all he's got in his mind is trying to extend his head-to-head lead against Keelan this week.
$28.
6 darts from 151 is a very comfortable position, usually. He was in the same sort of position in the last leg.
It's 91.
That'll do. There's a bit of head shaking going on with Keelan right now. It's almost like he's wondering why he's missing certain targets by so
50.
much. He'll hope he doesn't miss this. It's not the ideal single. Makes things a bit awkward.
I'll kill him.
But I tell you what, Bradley is very, very correct when he says good dart, because that first single was right in the way and he didn't even flick the flight. Great shot to go to 2-1. I really do admire how dart players can hit their target when something is in the way. It's almost like hitting a really good free kick with a wall in front of the goal and a goalkeeper. A lot of players that practice
42.
an awful lot, and Keelan is one of those. They like to mix things up by changing the targets that they're aiming for. It's not just the targets that they go for in these matches.
96.
There are games that you can play where you have to hit the holes of the numbers on the outside of the scoring area. Look at the 0 on the 20. The holes in the 8 for the 18. You can see those in the shot on the left-hand side of the screen there. They can be brought into play in certain practice games, and they're good fun. What's more, they're unnatural targets as well. You're not used to going for those segments of the board. I think once this week we've seen a dart go in the loop of the 8 on double 8 from Martin Adams when he pulled one drastically to the left. You don't see it very often because on the whole these players are extremely accurate.
96.
Just looking through my stat sheet for the week, there's a lot popping off the page. A lot of the obvious stuff. Who's got the highest average? Who's got the best checkout percentage? And funnily enough, the best checkout percentage of the week belongs to Sean McDonald, who through 15 games had 41%. Just think about that for a second. That's world class.
100.
The next best was this man right here. 38% over 15 games.
140.
If I was to relay that to Keelan, it might fluff up his confidence just a little bit more. Another one of those would be very, very handy. But he still has a shot at the bull.
96.
Just over pitches it. And Keelan will be back for that favoured tops. That's a great single. But that dart just seems to creep in. And I've seen it too much over the last 12 months. Less so in this live league compared to last year's. But I have to say that if he's going to get to the next level, that has to be eliminated. Double 6.
20.
And he's been given a second crack at this leg to get a 3-1 lead. Doesn't seem to be sweat on the hands because he's not wiping his trouser leg at all. I don't even think he knows what it is. And that's the scariest prospect. It's almost like he doesn't know where the dart is going to go when he throws it.
20.
And that is the worst possible scenario when you're stuck on 24 with 3 darts. To leave 3. Great lie for a double 3 that. And he will be marvelling at the fact that it didn't bounce in. I am flabbergasted that it didn't go in. But this, when you're unsure of how your darts are coming out of your hand, this is a horrible checkout. That is a tremendous single because it opens up all sorts of possibilities for the double 1 on the right hand side. And that he made look easy. This is such an odd game sometimes, isn't it? Just when you think 3 darts double 12, no problem, bish bash bosh, leaves 3, makes that look simple. It really wasn't. The main thing is that he's 3-1 up now.
180.
And now he can't miss. I'm going to start calling Keelan K Feast or Famine. He goes from hitting nothing to hitting everything in 5 darts.
67.
Keep scoring like this. And it will be the first match they've played this week that hasn't been 4-3. But I have to talk about the game from yesterday with Keelan. And it was one of the most impressive games I've seen this week.
59.
He played Jamie Lewis and won 4 legs to 1. His checkout percentage was 100%.
67.
4 shots at tops, 4 hits. Just mightily impressive, especially when he had not won a match in quite some time.
123.
Before the game before that, he beat Sean McDonald 4-0, and then he went and beat Jamie 4-1. So it just goes to show, feast or famine.
35.
I think he'd lost 7 matches in a row. Might have even been 8. Yeah.
110.
Then he goes on and wins 2 games in a row with the only loss of 1 leg. Well, he's not looking like he's going to lose this one. 88 left.
25.
He's entitled to feel a bit aggrieved there with only 25, because Bradley is on the march here and very narrowly misses the 60 for double 11. But what Keelan needs for his own confidence is to get rid of this 70 fast. Get it done now with no dramas, and then all he has to think about is his next match against Jamie Lewis.
30.
That one is severely pushed to the right, trying to overcorrect what happened before, and he has got no idea why it happened. Double top for Bradley.
25.
And the game should be over now with Keelan 3 darts in hand on tops. Bradley thinks it's over. Not yet.
30.
Not yet. To the right, Bradley. Maybe to the left now.
Game in
Oh,
frame.
what a shot that is. I said earlier that Keelan K hit double 2 and we might not see a better dart all day. Well, that one from Bradley Kirk, I'm not even sure he knows how that got in. But it did, and this game is not done yet. Keelan will be hoping it's not one of those games where he's had multiple match darts and ends up losing it. Five match darts have gone. What is it about these two where they've got to have a close match?
100.
Maybe Keelan's getting that sinking feeling. You hope for his sake that he's not.
140.
There's no better way of getting rid of that sinking feeling than planting a 12 darter to win the match and getting rid of it. He's doing a fair job of that so far.
26.
It definitely helps when your opponent has just scored 26 to hand you the darts.
85.
And eventually that's a good visit. Gives himself a nice cushion of about 100.
$60.
I'm not going to lie, the averages aren't good. And the doubles percentages aren't great either.
81.
This one is a scrap. As far as playing your first match of the day, they should be used to it by now. They should be as well versed as Jamie Lewis. Well, Jamie's been on the end of a tonking from Dave Parletti. Keelan is looking to survive this one. 78 left. He's left on tops again. Just got to pray that he gets a shot. Because Bradley gets first dibs.
35.
Not far away. I am not 100% confident that the match is going to be over here. The only person who can do something about that is this man. He's been here before. This time he gets a lovely bounce off the dart. And you can see the relief from Keelan K. He's got his first 2 points of Group B, and he keeps pace with the likes of Burness and, of course, Parletti. We have had our first matches for everybody, so now everybody's settled in. Let's go into match 4, which will be Stephen Burton against the aforementioned Dave Parletti. And as if by magic, we are into match number 4. It's almost like we teleported the players into the room. If only we had that. Imagine the players we could teleport into this room. Am I just getting carried away? Or does that technology exist? Well, technology has helped us bring the Online Darts Live League to you. And its evolved format in 2021. Both of these players played in the league last year from their own homes.
It's Stephen 21st.
And I know they were very grateful to have some competitive action in 2020 via the Online Darts Live League. But this is a bit of a step up from their own homes. And the person who stepped up the most in their first game in 2021 was this man.
140.
Looking very good at the start of this. And he was very good, it has to be said, against Jamie Lewis.
60.
I think as far as getting a steady start to settle things down,
60.
that's how I would categorise his performance. An average of 88.41, which is 17 darters for each leg. Checker percentage of 57%, 4 from 7. Didn't get any 180s, but he'd get plenty of 140s.
54.
And I think there's a footing in this group that will steady him before his other challenges today,
98.
where he will have 4 more matches, of course. As for Stephen, he let one slip against Kevin Burness. Match darts were missed to win 4-2, and consequently he lost 4-3. It's a 1-4-3 here.
86.
1-4-7 is possible. Possible no longer.
137.
We're all trying to better the 1-2-1 finish that Stephen Burton got on his first match.
2.
And Bertie, who missed doubles to win the last match, does not miss the double here. So a very tidy start from Bertie. The man from Ipswich taking on the man from Surrey gets the jump to inflict the first leg loss on Dave Parletti for the day.
Six.
These guys may have not crossed paths too much. Stephen, a predominantly PDC player over the last few seasons. And of course, Parletti, mostly WDF and BDO. I will be fascinated, however, to see
58.
what Dave does in 2021. After not going to Q school, he doesn't have the right to go to the Challenge Tour. That is the rule. You have to attend Q School if you want to be able to enter the Challenge Tour. Stephen can do that. Dave cannot. So you figure when WDF action returns, that's where he will play.
22. $82.
He may play in a lot of modern amateur darts events as well. Don't forget about that, because he is the England Titans champion. He might want to get himself into one of their showpiece events potentially. If you don't know much about that, check out the Modern Amateur Darts Twitter page, their Facebook page, or their website. Some of the things planned for the next 12 months are quite exciting, to say the least.
99.
Burton is having it all his own way here so far.
100.
He's got himself 6 darts from here.
100.
I've got to say as well, there's a lot of Twitter chatter about the way that certain players call their scores. I have to say, one of my favourites in that regard is Stephen Burton.
125.
It's very eloquent and very positive.
20.
Even when he just scores 20, it sounds really positive. He's a glasses half full kind of guy. Well, Dave's trying to empty the glass. Doesn't quite have a big enough straw. Double 10.
Into.
And there you have Bertie taking a 2-0 lead. And the man with the positive speaking does have a positive scenario in front of him. He's halfway to victory here. He's trying to extinguish that 4-0 start that Dave Parletti had on his leg difference. Leg difference yesterday was playing its part in the Group A scenario until a point yesterday where Sean McDonald lost to Keelan K 4-0. It was jostling for the first position between McDonald and Wolfie. And that game changed a lot. It gave Martin Adams a bit of breathing space, which he
5.
ultimately used to full advantage. If Sean McDonald had beaten Keelan K in the middle of the session and all the results had stayed the same for the rest of the day, it is Sean who would be through. So it could be the matter of one win
87.
that gets you either through the group or eliminated.
$7.
Even when he says 7, it sounds positive. I'm going to start massaging my inner Stephen Burton, being a bit more positive. He won't be happy with that 7.
60.
I'll say one thing, he has been let off the hook.
$99.
Dave has delivered 9 darts in this leg and only left 349. Somewhat puzzling display considering how he played in his first match, which was the personification of steady.
55.
Seems to have the goalkeeper in on that treble 20
60.
in this match so far. He just can't find it. Bertie's having no trouble. Double 16.
111.
That would have been for the biggest finish of the day, but not the biggest finish of the week. That belongs to Martin Adams, so 147. I think the best finish of the week was the 132 from Sean McDonald yesterday.
120.
That was an absolute textbook type shot. Double 16. Getting really close.
3.
And there you have the graduation from a bit of a miss to the wire to the double And it's 3 darts to get 32, and it's 3-0 to Stephen Burton. I think Dave Parletti is feeling a little dizzy here because everything was going swimmingly. He thought, this online darts live league, it's just really easy. Turn up, get a hard opponent, win 4-0, job's a good one.
140.
Well, Stephen Burton has just proven that it's anything but simple. After this, we'll see Bradley Kirk return against Kevin Burness. And then Stephen Burton will return against Bradley in his next match.
85.
Dave Parletti will have a little bit of a break post this result. And Keelan K will be his next opponent. And if Stephen was to win this 4-0, he might need a bit of a break just to get over it.
David, man. 45.
You get the feeling that Stephen can sense that Dave is not happy.
100.
In this playing room, you can hear a pin drop. So if you want to hide your feelings from your opponent, you're going to have to do less than whisper.
140.
And finally, Dave Parletti finds his third 140 of the match in leg 4.
97.
Puts him in a strong position. Double 16. And it's a 15 darter to stop the drought in this match. He has not hit a thing really up to that point, but then he finds a 15 darter. Can he find 4 legs in a row? Well, he's already done it once today. So let's see if he can get a second. There's a lot going on that shirt of Stephen Burton's. I'm trying to figure out the design.
134.
Somewhat understated look from Dave. Just a bit of electric blue trim.
140.
But there's dots, there's flashes, there's horns, there's sharp writing, there's different colours there. And the nickname on the front. You know you've made it when you got your own dart shirt. And sponsors on it.
40.
Not quite, and that has been the problem in this game for Parletti. The scoring aspect. He has not dipped his bread in the red bit
81.
enough. All is not lost. He's only a dart behind here. But he's not able to bridge the gap.
26.
So whatever was going right in game number 1, that has completely disappeared.
92.
And knowing what I know about Stephen Burton, he is less than sympathetic when it comes to your plight. He just wants to win. And win he might if he finds 82 more. Ooh, that's a slip.
80.
Yeah, it leaves him on double 3. Nobody wants to be on double 3. It's not because it's a different size to any other double. It's because of the predicament if you go inside.
99.
I think Stephen is still thinking about hitting that 51. All will be forgotten if he finds double 3.
Here one.
And he has. So there you go. It is a 4-1 victory for Stephen Burton. He inflicts the first defeat in today's group on Dave Parletti, and he has righted the wrong from his first game. So they're on the same points going forward on 2. What will happen with Kevin Burness and Bradley Kirk? Well, it's been different for the both of them. Let's see if Kevin Burness can double his tally. The end of this 5th match will signal the end of the first third of action for this morning's play, and of course the early afternoon, because it's not the only action you're going to get today with the Online Darts Live League. Tonight we have Group C beginning as well, where we have a distinctly Scottish feel about it. First we have Bradley Kirk playing his 2nd match of the day alongside Kevin Burness. Kevin currently on 2 points after his win in match 1, somewhat fortuitously, after Stephen Burton missed match darts. But we have 4 of the 6 players on 2 points now in what looks like it's going to be a tight day. And possibly a tight group. Too early to really predict who's going to be the strongest player. And too early to predict the predicaments of the players for potentially being the best player of the day with the most points, because I know there are a few of you out there in the dartosphere who will have a little flutter on who is the top of the shop after Thursday. If you are doing so, please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only, of course, and
41.
begambleaware.org for more information on that. I can't emphasise that enough. Please, please, please gamble responsibly.
100s.
The fact of the matter is this, though. Kevin Burness has not lost so far today. 1 win from 1. And the only other undefeated player is Keelan, and he will wonder how he was able to win 4-2 against Bradley Kirk, because he did not play great. He had a lot of missed doubles.
60.
So he has a little bit to mull before he plays next against Jamie Lewis, who is hunting his first victory since Tuesday.
100s.
I'm sure these two have never crossed paths before.
87.
Bradley Kirk's had a very competent start here. Looking for the 116 to finish the job.
Game in 3.
And that is a very, very good finish from Bradley Kirk. 15 darter to start his campaign, and that is somewhat different to what we've seen from him earlier on, so maybe he's figured something out. Can he keep this going? Very, very good start. I love it when he goes back to the back of the room, and as you all know, tuning in, the regulars in the Online Darts Live League, I don't just look at the player throwing, I look at the player at the back of the room. And Bradley's got this habit, which I love, where he goes back to the taped out box next to the table, and then he has this somewhat James Bond baddie look of looking slyly at the dartboard, but from the side of his face. You wouldn't be remiss to, put his hand towards his chin and start saying, what have you got in store for me, Mr. Bond? I think he does look like a Bond baddie, don't you? If you think he looks like a Bond baddie, please let me know.
180.
I can imagine Bradley Kirk in a very pristine suit with some henchmen and holding the world to ransom in a fictitious manner, of course. Well, so far in this match, he is really dominating
45.
Kevin Burness. Kevin only averaged 79 in his first game, and he won't be pleased with that. He'll want to up that by at least 10. But Bradley has these little spurts in him where he can really find the scoring.
55.
Kevin's got an excellent technique. And for me, it looks a bit better now than it did maybe a couple of years ago. He's taken some scalps in his career.
119.
Didn't just beat me at the World Championship, he's also beaten Glenn Durant at a European Tour event.
100.
Good score to leave himself on a 2-darter, but Bradley Kirk is already at the double. Can he find double 5?
10.
I'm sure when that was delivered he thought it had a chance to drop in, but it hasn't. Tops for Burness. Oh, it's a really good find, because if Bradley Kirk takes a 2-0 lead, it makes the job so much harder. But when you get a lovely, clean 80 checkout like that, it makes things feel so much simpler. Can he keep that going as we go into leg number 3? Big chance missed there for Bradley. But he doesn't give a massive amount away.
180.
His second 180 of the contest. And there's number 3 for the contest. Kevin's first. All of a sudden, they are both starting to find it.
96.
I personally think when Bradley doesn't have any issues with the darts sticking in his hand, I think he's very good to watch.
100.
He's a very pleasant fella as well. Seen him a couple of times in the early morning before game starts, and he's done it again. Third 180 of the match, and he's left 45 after 9. And considering the way he played in his first game,
104.
he really has turned it on. Kevin's having the best leg of his day so far, and he might not get another shot. Oh, that's a tremendous leg of darts from Bradley Kirk. Just got to give that the old clapperoo, because Kevin Burness leaves 81 after 9 and doesn't get a shot, and that's all because Bradley Kirk was brilliant there to take a 2-1 lead. Got a little flicker of the Bond look there as well. I've already been reprimanded by Sean McDonald for calling him the Punisher this week.
140.
I wonder if Bradley's friends are going to get in touch with me on Twitter and say, what are you calling him a Bond baddie for?
180.
He's not baddie, he's very goody. Fourth 180. And whatever Bradley has figured out in this game,
140.
it's superb to watch. And full credit to Burness, who was sticking with him in the scoring the last couple of legs.
59.
Three legs in, and Bradley's maintaining an average of 101.
100.
Said Burness needed to lift his by about 10. He's just about accomplished that now. Got to go 18s for the third dart.
98.
Intelligently, he does. And Kevin gets the first chance at the finish this time, and he gets a shot at double 14.
93.
Could have had consecutive legs of 11, 12.
44.
Just playing a tiny bit faster now, and maybe that's helping Brad. The double 14 helps Kevin Burness as he gets a 13 darter, and it is 2-2 in this one. This is a very entertaining match to watch. I'm none the wiser as to who's going to win it, but if we continue to have strength on the throw, then maybe Bradley Kirk will be the favourite. There's a nice bit of synchronicity between the dart shirt today of Bradley Kirk and the flights. I like the coordination. Just makes for a really good darting product. You see all the great players, they have their colours, they have their fonts. Well, today Bradley's got it right. It's all black and red. He's from the Southampton area in Hampshire, which is famous for its football club, the Saints. And they wear red. with a bit of black and a bit of white. So maybe that's got something to do with his colour scheme today. Southampton is one of the football clubs that people from my neck of the woods think about with differing memories. One, because that's where our god Alan Shearer started his career. And secondly, because every time we played against Matt Letizia, we lost. There's a lot of football players who do look at their darts, especially a lot of the players from Tottenham Hotspur who always seem to turn up at Ali Pali when the World Championships is on, and does allow fans, of course. Oh, it's another one. It's a fifth 180 of the game from Bradley Kirk.
94.
I didn't expect this. Burness again with a really good approach to leave 80. A checkout he's already had in this match. And he is going to get a look at it.
80.
How many times has that happened? You go for tops and you miss the first one. Then you get the 60. The 60 is hit by Burness. And he has found a very, very good checkout. He has defied all of those maximums from Bradley Kirk and taken the lead at 3-2 in undoubtedly the best game we've had today so far. Bradley has hit him with the kitchen sink, the bathroom sink, and the ensuite sink.
85.
And Iron Man is still standing. Yes, that is his darting nickname. He is Iron Man. And if he wins the group, I might have to say the jingle.
60.
In fact, that's not going to happen. I'm just going to retract that immediately.
140.
Seems to have taken all of the punches that Bradley Kirk has levelled at him.
Oh, that's close.
I tell you what, Bradley, if that slipped out of your hand, that's a result.
90.
I wish that happened to me if a dart slipped out of my hand. Dart players are not immune to sometimes having a dart slip out of the hand. It's the equivalent of a shank in golf. Or potentially your foot slipping on the football pitch. Or on a cricket strip.
59.
I used to be a bowler, and sometimes the front foot would slip when you're approaching the wicket, and it's a horrible feeling.
100.
But Burness, like a robot, is showing no emotion.
140.
I thought that was going to be a sixth. He's leading that stat 5-1, but he could lose the match 4-2. And has lost 4-2. Fair play to Bradley Kirk, who tried everything he had in that match. He was the best player in the first three legs, but ultimately Kevin Burness, with a solid chin, comes through 4-2 and is the first player to have 4 points after 2 matches. Next, we have Keelan K returning against Jamie Lewis as they do their 4th battle of the week. Plenty of online darts live league experience for these two this week. Day number 4 for them. And day number 4 for myself as well. The only difference between myself and these, apart from the fact that they're playing and I'm commentating, is that I will return tonight for Group C. These guys will not. They will play 5 matches up until around 2 o'clock local time. And then tonight we will get a new crop of players. They've played 3 times already this week. And they have had very different games each day. The first 2 days, Jamie Lewis had the measure of Keelan, winning 4-1 on Monday.
1-3-4.
That was the very first game of the week. 4-2 to Jamie on Tuesday. But the game they had yesterday was a real standout. That was where Keelan K had 100% on doubles and didn't miss tops the entire match.
66.
His first game today, Keelan was starting really well, but then
180.
all of a sudden this seed of doubt started to creep in. Well, he's starting really well again. 137 followed by a maximum.
85.
He's got Jamie just where he wants him in leg 1, searching for an early break.
Tom.
Maximum 180 is always a nice thing to do, but it's always a little sweeter when you're on a number like 216. Unfortunately for Jamie, he has not left a finish from that position, and Keelan is on one.
78.
He's found himself on double 3 now, and he was there a little bit earlier today and had problems.
$96.
He's going to have to be really careful here. Well, that's out the board. Maybe a bit of a result for him.
3.
But he has left himself on 3. And the more it happens, when he's on doubles, the more he misses and keeps splitting doubles, the more it will affect his confidence. Jamie has to go 15 ball here.
33 left.
It's been a while since Jamie won a match. Maybe that is starting to seep into his confidence. Keelan has already hit this check out today, but he's not going to hit it this time because he hasn't got the single. $30 more for Jamie. And it's a lot easier than 3, this one.
One scored.
That's a very similar result. All of a sudden, with Keelan missing shots now, the single is never guaranteed. Just doesn't look comfortable sometimes at the end of legs. He doesn't look comfortable on that single one. Jamie's got to be thankful for this chance. And he's got to take it. And somehow that double 8 is not pierced. Can he find the single 1 this time to settle himself down and get a shot for the leg? Yes. Wherever he hit the single, there was going to be something in the way of the double. And he's found a 3 checkout for the second time today. I'm not really sure what story that tells, but it's not an easy checkout. But when he gets the single, he gets the double. And he's got himself a 1-0 lead. The 4-2 win against Bradley Kirk is looking a lot better now
140.
than it did when he played him, because Bradley has just put in 5 180s against Kevin Burness and still lost 4-2. But the reason he lost 4-2 is because Burness was very impressive.
44.
Burness putting in the best average of the day so far of 91.4 and 67% on doubles. That's a very accomplished display. Bradley's average of 94, 3 better than Kevin's. And the 5 180s and 40% on doubles wasn't enough.
85.
After the way they've started on doubles in this match, these two will not be thinking about averages or percentages. They'll just be hoping to get enough shots to win the match. As for Jamie, who didn't win a match yesterday, so 5 games without a victory, is still looking for his first victory since he played Keelan on Tuesday
140.
in match 15, where he beat him 4-2. So it's approaching 48 hours without a competitive win in the Online Darts Live League.
45.
But I said yesterday when Jamie was struggling that when he went back to his accommodation, he just needed to wipe the slate clean. He needed to forget about the last 24 hours. Approach Group B with a new attitude, because everybody starts on the same points. But unfortunately, darts is a mental game, and it's very, very hard to forget things that are going wrong. Double 18. That's a much better leg from Keelan. 17 darter to take a 2-0 lead. And he's taking advantage of the fact that Jamie is really struggling in the scoring phase. Can he keep this going to get himself on the same amount of points as Kevin Burness at 4? If Keelan has the same sort of day that he had on Monday, getting 8 points from the group,
58.
that will put him in a very strong position for tomorrow to try and progress to the Saturday finals. Problem is, when he got 8 points on Monday, he got none the next day, which is pretty symptomatic of what you get from Keelan. He's a bit raw, very talented, but things will need to be harnessed over the coming seasons to turn him into a world-class talent. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm saying it's because it's constructive. When you're 19 years old, you're not the finished article. You can be very good at a young age. Just ask Jamie. He won a senior BDO title very early in his career.
134.
What Jamie did was progress gradually after a very good start to his darting career. Won at development tour level, progressed in the seniors, started doing major bits as well. It isn't going according to plan at the minute, but he's going to work really hard to try and put things right. He's got the opportunity to halve the gap here in leg 3. He's got to be careful here though. Break it down into 3 simple shots. 25-17 tops. There's the 25. There's the 17. It was a fine effort. The good thing about that dart is that he gave it a chance. If it's underneath, it's never going to get there. If you throw it a tiny bit high, it's always got the chance of dipping a little bit. And if he has had a dart that has haunted him in the last 48 hours, it's a dart that's been too short.
40.
There's an air of negativity about Keelan right now, and he's 2-0 up. That's a positive dart. That one is a very, very good dart. There needs to be more of that from Jamie Lewis today. If he can just throw them a tiny bit harder at the start of visits, I really do think he's very close to finding some form. He's working hard, and he has halved the deficit in this one. Sometimes darts are so simple. You wake up in the morning, you're hitting 180s for fun, and you think, what could possibly go wrong? Then on other days, you can't hit a barn door with a bowling ball.
140.
I'm a big believer that you have to put in a good process every single day. Can't just expect
95.
success. I remember when I was playing in the live league last year, I was throwing for maybe 90 minutes before my first match, and
40.
I was going through a drill of doing finishes, making sure I got at least 2 hits on every double before I progressed to doing my finishes.
7.
And I'd spend 15 minutes just scoring really heavily on the 60. Just becoming familiar with what potentially needed a little bit of work before that first match.
60.
If you're looking for a good finishing game, I can't advocate enough something that I have used for years. It's called 10 up, 1 down. So you start on 60, and then when you get the finish that you require, you go up 10. But if you miss it, you go down 1. And the name of the game is to go as high as you possibly can, namely 170.
96.
Jamie has a 1 dart lead here in leg 4. He's up 2-1 in the head-to-head this week.
10.
He will hope that he is still ahead in that head-to-head going into tomorrow when he plays Keelan for a 5th occasion this week.
100.
It's been a lot more positive this leg. He's not going to lose the leg yet,
50.
but he needs to make sure that he finds the 25 just like Keelan has. Well, 7 leaves 18 for tops. A little recalibration. The line on his shots at tops has been so good, but on this occasion it didn't pierce the air enough. Opportunity here for Keelan to get to 3-1 up. Great first dart. Too many missed doubles. Double 7 now for Jamie Lewis. That is in the way.
Yeah, game in 3.
Well, it wasn't. What a dart from Jamie Lewis. Because his darts really do stand up like that. That flight was massively in his road. He's just told it to get out of the way. What a beautiful shot. 2-2 now in this best of 7. Something I saw yesterday, somewhat covertly,
55.
from Keelan K that I wanted to address today. There's a lot of young players out there who are obsessed with averages. And when I was Keelan's age, I was obsessed with averages. So I'm not away from this little myth. But if you can forget about averages, you will be a better player. Too often, young people want to stick in 90 plus averages, 95 plus averages. All they talk about is their end of game statistic, and they want to know how well they played.
83.
I would take a 75 average all day if I was winning every match. You're judged by what you win, not how you perform. Maybe at the top level of the game, the Premier League players, the major champions. They are judged by what they do in both facets of the game. But there is a lot whirring around in the head of Keelan K. He's thinking about things technically, and then when the game's finished, he's thinking about averages. I think he just needs to simplify things. The players that come up to me at the European Tour, for example, like an online darts live league competitor, Richard North, used to always come up to me and say, what was my average? And my response to Richard was, it doesn't matter what your average was, you won.
58.
That's just my approach to what averages mean. They don't give you points.
100.
Nice ton there from Jamie. That's the steadiest visit he's had in this leg.
59.
Might find his way to a 3-2 lead here. He was 2-0 down,
59.
looking at a very, very bad deficit. And he may not have played his best stuff since then, but he's played measured stuff just to give himself enough of a chance, taking advantage of the fact that Keelan has dropped off a little bit. That's not what you want to see with your first start on a 170.
40.
I like the 18s on the double switch there with dart 3. I don't like staying on the 19 there. Jamie wants to stay right there and does for double 5. Oh, that was so close. You have to say, of all the positions to be in, from 130 to now, 5 is probably the worst possible scenario. But he gave it every single chance. Double 18. Great attempt on that ton plus checkout, and that would have been his best checkout of the week. Jamie has got the single 1. Can he get the double 1? He can find the double 1, just like Keelan did earlier on a 3 checkout. 2 more than that, and Jamie Lewis has found his way to the lead from 2-0 down. Can he find his first win since beating Keelan on Tuesday afternoon? Well, it is a bit of a nutritional one, this. And Jamie is left scratching his bonnet in the back of the room.
80.
I myself have been involved in some horrible games where you're both playing under par. And I don't mean that in a golf sense, which is actually good. You just have to somehow find a way and have patience with every single throw and think, if I just keep plugging away, I can get a shot and take this 2 points and then get a bit of a break and move on later in the campaign.
30.
But on a few occasions this week, in some of the games that we've called, I've said the scariest thing is when things are going wrong, if you don't know what's going wrong, that's the worst thing. That's what's happening with Glenn Durrant right now, I feel. Maybe that's what's happening with Jamie.
43.
Maybe that's what's happening with Keelan at times. He's getting frustrated, he's over-analysing. And as a result, his mental state in the game is just a bit jagged.
59.
The crux of the matter is, he is 130 in front here and in charge of leg 6.
84.
If Keelan can win this match, he will make sure that Jamie has not got a win in his first 2 games,
45.
which would put Jamie at the bottom of the table behind Bradley Kirk, who hasn't won also. Double top.
71.
Second leg in a row, he has missed the ton plus out. But this time, Jamie is nowhere near the double.
58.
He should feel really comfortable with this. Double 10.
And 3.
Yeah, finds it, and only just. It was precariously close to that double 15. And there's not an air of confidence when he's saying in 3. It's a case of, I'm glad it's gone in. I'm relieved it's gone in. Can he be relieved at the end with a 4-3 win? There'll be a fast encounter when we return for the next match, which will be match 7 between Stephen Burton and Bradley Kirk.
59.
But if Jamie has got any
140.
dreams of winning this group and playing in the finals, in a 2-day group, of course, not a 3-day group, you can't afford to lose your first 2 games. If you do, the likelihood is you may have to win all but maybe one of your games from there to stand a chance. And Keelan K has gone from famine to feast again. I like watching Keelan, but he is infuriating to predict.
140.
That's a somewhat defiant 140 there from Jamie. There's a bit of extra hot sauce on that third dart.
41.
Needs the same again. Give it some welly.
58.
Can't get to the finish. So Keelan K has 140 and 6 darts for it. A position he has had already today. The last time he was on it, he left tops just like that. But he had all sorts of trouble finishing the job. Will it be the case again, or can he just finish it off in 13 darts to improve his average? That is a no. Double 12.
And 3.
And that is a yes. That's some way to get 40, but as long as you get the maths right and the execution, eventually he has won the last 2 legs in this contest. He was 2-0 up, then he was 3-2 down, but he is 4-3 at the end. So vitally, he has won his first 2 games of the day, so he's in contention for the daily title, potentially. Moving on, we do have Stephen Burton and Bradley Kirk coming up, and it won't be far away. almost at the halfway point of all of the matches that we will bring you this week. 105 matches in total. We had 45 up until the end of yesterday. We've had 6 today already, so this is match number 52 of the week. It's going to be match number 3 of the day for both of these players. Contrasting fortunes, but the results don't tell the full story. Stephen Burton could easily be sitting here with 4 points in the bank, thinking this is easy. The fact of the matter is,
it's Stephen trying first.
It is Kevin Burness and Keelan K who are tied at the top of the table on an undefeated 4 points and a leg difference of +3.
100.
Stephen knows he should have beaten Kevin in match 1, but he responded very, very well in his second game against Dave Parletti with a first win of the day by 4 legs to 1. So he's now in the mix.
131.
As for Bradley, he played really, really well against Kevin Burness himself. 5 maximums in that match. Could have got more, but ultimately he lost 4 legs to 2.
100.
Stephen's just going to plod on and do his thing against Bradley here, who is playing a little bit faster today. I think Stephen was just waiting for the score sheet to click over to 170.
100.
Gets himself another ton to back up the ton he's just hit. Bradley going downstairs in 268. I don't mind this.
160.
I don't mind that either. The equivalent of a maximum downstairs. Tops.
Game in 3.
And a somewhat serendipitous treble 6. Because if you get the 6, you've got 64, so it's 14 bull. But because you get the treble, you've got 12 in tops. And Stephen Burton does like tops to take a 1-0 lead. Stephen has had a measure of success as a professional.
96.
Has picked up 2 challenge tour titles previously. 1 in...
81.
Or 2 in Wigan in 2019. So he obviously likes the Robin Park Tennis Centre.
140.
He has a high recorded average of 103 dead. That was at,
60.
you guessed it, a challenge tour in Wigan. But his highest televised average is 95.65 at the Players' Championship Finals in Minehead. A shade over 2 years ago. And I was there when he was making the latter stages of that tournament, and he looked like he was in fine form. It was then where he went to the qualifiers for the World Championships, got through that and made the Worlds as well. So he had a really hot month at the back end of 2018.
59.
And you could speculate as to why we haven't seen the best of Stephen Burton more often, because he does have a high level of performance. I suppose that's the interesting question with a lot of people, isn't it? As Bradley Kirk misses double 16 for 15 data.
55.
Double 8 for Bradley to equalise after 2.
Game in 2.
Yeah, very good 17 data there from Bradley Kirk. I'm really interested to see how this game goes for Bradley, considering the performance he put in against Kevin Burness. He has started quite well here, but if he can find more of those 180s, he will cause problems for Stephen Burton. When I was in the hot seat a couple of weeks ago, I have already mentioned this week about Barry Bates having a poor Monday, but the rest of the week causing problems for others. Well, Barry Bates finished bottom of Group A in week 2. And then he came through the equivalent of this group
136.
to punch his ticket to Saturday's finals. Now, with the start that Bradley's had today, you don't expect that he is going to make the finals through this group, because he's already lost 2 out of 2. Considering some of the darts he played on Monday compared to today,
177.
I am not going to say he can't do anything. But it's going to be more difficult when Stephen Burton's finding 3 big trebles in a row.
97.
Doesn't have to go the bull route here. Double 10.
Game in 3.
Oh, very tidy. That's a 12 darter. We've graduated to a 4 visit leg win from Stephen Burton. He is upping the ante, and it's a question of whether Bradley Kirk can live with that standard. Stephen Burton has not missed a darter double yet in this match. Very
93.
impressive stuff. very similar to the Kirk Burness match. They're both averaging in the low 90s. Bradley currently averaging 94, Stephen 92.
96.
And Bradley will be getting a case of deja vu. His better average not good enough
140.
to upset the opponent, who looks in very fine fettle. A couple of tweets this morning from some regulars, Jello77,
58.
on Twitter, saying it's hard to get away from averages when the TV is always referring to them. That's absolutely true. We do talk about them a lot.
81.
It's probably one of the reasons why the players want to know what they are. And Keith Slocum's got in touch, asking if Reese Fans has accepted the role of Richie Burnett yet. Well,
84.
we don't know, Keith, but we live in hope. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's because we were asking in week 2 who would play Richie Burnett in a movie, and a couple of people said Reese Fans would be good. Bradley Kirk was hoping for a starring role in that visit,
58.
but Burton is looking to take him out.
Here one.
And breathless stuff from Stephen Burton. 12 darter followed by a 13, and that ante has been kept where it is. Really good stuff. 25 darts for the last 2 legs, and he's looking on the cusp of another victory. Still hasn't missed a dart at a double. Averaging 97. And another leg
69.
like the last 2. And his average will go into 3 figures. And that would be the 3rd ton plus average of the week. The other 2 belonging to Martin Adams. This is what you get from Stephen Burton now and again. Just
60.
heavy stuff. And he does it fast as well. He can beat you quickly. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about.
76.
Because he plays fast, you've got to be careful of your own rhythm. He can make you feel a little bit dizzy. Very similar to when you play Yellow Class and Ricky Evans. I
44.
do get the feeling that if Bradley Kirk is going to lose this match, his chances of winning the group are already gone after 3 matches.
58.
He would only have 7 matches remaining. He'd have to win them all. Because if the points are shared around, you would assume that someone is going to get to 12. Possibly 2 people. If someone gets to 14 or 16, I'm sure they're going to be in
98.
Saturday's finals. Can we have a 167, Bradley?
99.
3 very well thrown darts. And he does get another visit to stay alive.
60.
Single 16. All that for double 12.
44.
Don't think I've ever seen anybody go for treble 8 double 12 before. Seen plenty of people go for double 18 double top. Well, that one must have slipped.
70.
They both had darts that have slipped out of their hand today.
Game.
But that one has not slipped. It's kept him in the match, and Bradley Kirk has closed the gap to 1 in this intriguing, fast-paced game. And who's to say that he won't win the next 2 to win 4-3? It's up to Stephen Burton to stop him. I think Stephen's still thinking about that dart that slipped out of his grasp. It stopped him from getting a match dart. But looking at the glasses half full, you still haven't missed a double, Stephen. So when you get there, you won't have any problems.
96.
It's Again, another tidy display here from Bradley, averaging 86. 40% on his doubles, 2 from 5. Much improved on what we saw a little earlier in the week. When I saw Bradley this morning around 8 AM local time,
94.
he was very positive. I say that this schedule is about as close to a 9-to-5 job as a dart player gets. Starting at 9:30, but obviously getting here
45.
earlier than that. Finishing up mid-afternoon. You speak to any self-respecting dart player, they will play at any time of day if
96.
they're given the chance.
$96.
I'm getting tweets from people trying to hit the holes in the numbers on the out of the board now. What have I started?
55.
Not for the first time in this match. Burton is first to the finish. I haven't had any biggies today.
96.
Real difficult checkouts. Could we get one here? Stephen delivered a 1-2-1 earlier, which was a real peach. And he's going to get a look at 60.
87.
And if he doesn't miss tops, it will be a perfect performance on doubles.
Game in two.
Oh, there you have it. Wonderful display of finishing from Stephen Burton. He emulates Keelan K from a couple of days ago, who doesn't miss a double. 100%, gives him 2 more points, and he is going to be very tough to beat going later in the day. Keelan K, who we just mentioned, who was perfect on doubles a couple of days ago, he is going to continue his campaign against Dave Parletti next. After a short break, we will recommence our action with game number 8 of 15 today, where these two Englishmen will duel. 38-year-old from London town. I do believe he plays for the county of Surrey. Fine county, which has bred some of the best players in the world in previous times. Talk about that a little bit more during the game maybe, but Dave Parletti needs to get back on track. He is now playing catch up after a perfect start to his campaign this morning against Jamie Lewis in winning 4-0. And he's had a bit of a break since losing to Stephen Burton. So maybe it's time for him to get back to what he was doing a little bit earlier.
100.
As for Keelan, he has remained undefeated
58.
coming into his third game. But you may think that the two wins he's had so far have been a little bit flattering because his performances
135.
have been just a little bit ragged. If he can have one of those really steady, straight performances, then he will cause problems for Parletti. But you would think the experience of Parletti would shine through in this. Time will tell.
85.
You know what they say, the league table doesn't lie. Well, it's telling us that Keelan has 4 points and Dave has 2.
100.
How they got there is irrelevant. This is a league about getting points. And if Keelan wins this match, he will be the first player to 6 of them.
140.
Great first start. Double 16. And he has started this match in very similar fettle to what he did a little bit earlier against Jamie Lewis. And if he keeps that going, he will defeat Keelan K. Can Keelan fight back? If my memory serves me rightly, I think that Dave started with a 15-darter against Jamie. Just couldn't find a range on that treble 20 against Stephen Burton. He was looking particularly impressive today. He's just come off the back of a game where he didn't miss a double at all.
54.
I can't stress this enough. When you're playing 3 days in Group A, it's very, very different to playing in Group B or C because the truncated nature of the group, only 2 days of action, only 10 games and not 15.
59.
The situation is more critical If you lose a match, you're going to have to win the next one.
65.
Parletti has done a fabulous job so far in this match of just arresting what was happening in the last one where he was defeated. Causing very, very big problems for young Keelan of Cornwall. Well, he's stuck on the treble 20 there, but he did have another option on dart 3. He had to go for the treble 20 for double 18 because you can't get 96 any other way with 2 darts. You can get 56 with another 20 and a double 18. And that is what he does. He is getting better, is Dave Parletti. He started with a 15, now he's at a 14. Can he get better indeed as we go into leg 3? In no time at all. He's looking to steamroll Keelan K here.
David. 66.
Dave Parletti is one of those players who goes by Dave. But when he does something wrong, he calls himself David.
96.
It's exactly what Dave Chisnell does. It's what I like to call first naming themselves. Telling themselves off.
40. 45.
Parletti is having it all his own way in this match. And he's the kind of player with his experience
140.
that will not look back once he's got this lead. He doesn't look in the kind of fettle to surrender anything like the foundations he has built for himself in this match.
125.
He started with a 4-0, then he was defeated 4-1, so most of his leg difference has been extinguished. He wants to try and get it back
97.
by winning this match by the largest possible margin. And so far, so good in his quest to give Keelan his first defeat of the day. Double top. And double 10 is not good either. So he's not going to stay in 5 visit range for all of his winning legs. He'll have to rely on Keelan missing the 139 to get another chance. Miss it he does.
82.
Double 5. Oh, it's just in the corner. Get the feeling it might have just flicked off the flight a little bit. A lot of the acceleration of the dart was taken off, but it just sneaked in the corner, in off the post, and he has got a 3-0 lead, has Dave Parletti. I think he was quite tentative in taking that dart out of the board as well, because it does have to be retrieved properly. The last thing you want to do is touch it and it falls on the floor and it doesn't count.
97.
Dart players are quite surgical when they have to do that.
$41.
Dart players are funny creatures, but there are certain things that they're really good at. Throwing things and being precise. So I wouldn't take them on at a game of operation, that's for sure.
41.
There's a lot of chatter about anchoring in golf, of course, where you can anchor the club to your arm if you're putting that way. But there's no anchoring in darts. It's all free-flowing movements. If you've got a bit of a nervous hand, it will show in what you throw.
140. Sorry, buddy.
Parletti's behind in this one. Keelan has scored better. He's still in with a shout of the whitewash win. .24 scored. And he should go 20s here. 184 left. Could go 17s as well.
44.
sudden, Parletti is starting to drift into the 5.
44.
He's given Keelan 6 from 164. Fancies it,
25.
and almost gets it. A somewhat hungry approach to the 164. Didn't have to go for it. He could have easily gone for a 10 to leave tops. Maybe Keelan's had enough of being defensive. If he's going to win this game from this position, he's going to have to be really, really aggressive from here on out. Double 12. Very good indeed. He's not going to be whitewashed in this one. And he's got his first leg in a charge where he needs 4 straight if he's going to get a very unlikely 2 points. Parletti now looking to close it out by the score that he was defeated by Stephen Burton. Something that I think Parletti is not proven in is long format darts. He's played at the Lakeside, of course. Played at other big venues in Europe. But he's played a lot of short format stuff. He's not really been exposed to a lot of long format darts. But this here is short format.
32.
Sporadically, playing multiple times in a session. That he is very good at. That's what you need to do within the WDF system and some other amateur systems to be successful. After 3 visits, Parletti is still favourite to win this 4-1, particularly now.
100.
He's got such a lovely throw. Makes it look very simple. There's not a lot of stress in his throw. Sid Waddell once made the joke about Raymond van Barneveld that he was such a good dart player as a postman that he could probably throw the letters through the letterbox. I wouldn't be surprised if Dave Parletti could do that as well. Oh, just waiting for him to hit it. It was such a good try. He's definitely got some bounce in his step all of a sudden, has Keelan K. No shot on the bull to finish the 1-3-2. And K is starting to charge here. Starting to edge closer to Dave's position. And he edges a little bit closer. Things are starting to get very interesting in this game. You thought Dave Parletti's going to win this 4-0. It's going to be one of those games. Keelan K is having none of it. He is now within 1. When you have an undefeated start, you don't want to let it go. And throwing in leg 6 with a maximum to start, you fancy he might take us all the way. Unexpectedly. 2 weeks ago, I remember Diogo Portela of Brazil playing against Barry Bates. Diogo was cruising at 3-0, and you figure the game will be over in 1 or 2 legs. Nope. Barry won 4-3. That's the beautiful thing about best of 7. You're never safe until you get that final double. Just remember when Scott Waits was 8-0 down in a Grand Slam final and still won. Another. Be careful. Nice and high. Very good. Leaves tops after 12. Strong stuff from the young lad from Cornwall.
105.
Sensible leave from Parletti. It's up to Keelan to take us all the way now, and he doesn't hesitate. Takes his time on every shot.
Game 3.
And he finds it really well measured. 15 data from Keelan K takes us all the way. It was 3-0. Now it's 3-3. Who's going to win the one-leg shootout? It could be Dave Parletti, because he has the darts. Match stats. Average for Parletti just under 90. 50% on doubles.
60.
Keelan 87 in his average and 43% on his doubles. So it has been a tidy match. Jamie Lewis and Kevin Burness to come after this leg. But if Keelan loses this match, he will think, I gave it a great try. That is, of course, if he doesn't get a match start. But if Parletti wins this game, it'll be nothing but relief in the end. If he loses it, I'd probably want to leave him alone for a few minutes.
81.
Could have been the perfect visit, really, to leave the 170 from 306. Just comes up short.
95.
Oh, it's a great last start from Parletti, but it leaves him a bogey number. So it's advantage Keelan K if he can find something. He has to go 15s or 25 now. 18s can be used, but you want to try and get the 5 off the end of the score.
58.
Goes for the 18s. He has got a shot for the match. Treble 16 maybe.
88 left.
It's not bad.
87. 93.
First chance to win the match.
99.
First chance to win the match for Parletti. This is his first match start, unbelievably. And it has slipped by.
56.
If only he could have had one extra dart. Because the stats tell us he probably hits it with dart number 2. And Parletti might lose. Keelan K has massively dragged that one
64.
inside the double 4. He's had 2 match darts from being 3-0 down. Parletti can have 3 darts at double 8 now, and I said he'd be relieved if he won. And there is the look at the reaction from Dave Parletti. It is of nothing of glee or anything like that. It's pure relief. 3-0 up, thinking, yeah, I'm going to win. Darts is not like that. It is a 4-3 win, and it's a valuable 2 points for the man from Surrey. Kevin Burness and Jamie Lewis will come back to the hockey post-haste. It's a funny old game, and it's been a funny old day so far, as you've seen all sorts going on. But what we do know is that when this game is over, everybody has played 3 matches. We have an undefeated player against someone who has not won yet. Jamie Lewis looking for his first win after an early loss to Dave Parletti by 4-0 and a narrow 4-3 loss to Keelan K. So now he has to find a way to defeat Kevin Burness, who has been impressive so far in getting 2 victories. He is now alongside 3 other players on 4 points for the day, so it's tightly packed in this table. And the only way we can separate them is via leg difference.
59.
The best of the 4, Stephen Burton on +4. Next we have Burness on +3, and the other 2 on +2. So we have 4 players separated by 2 legs of darts.
58.
That's how tight this table is. Jamie having a bit of a drought when it comes to finding a win. He has not won since Tuesday afternoon. And the longer that goes on, the harder it will be.
100.
We've seen how hard it's been for Glenn Durrant to pick up a victory in the Premier League this week. And if Glenn is watching, I know that everybody is behind you.
45.
Winning darts matches is not an easy thing against the elite, no matter who you are. It's never easy to see someone struggle.
45.
$123.
Nice visit there from Kevin, who has had a lot of steady stuff today, and that is really what his game is all about. It's never flashy. It's just steady.
60.
He's not someone who puts in massive averages. He's not noted for doing anything with bells on. It's just old school, clippity-clop, get on with it darts. This is really good from Jamie.
140.
A bit of a quicker pace about him in this match. But it's Burness who gets the first crack.
94.
Treble 20 for double 19. Doesn't get a shot at double from 98.
58.
Burness allowed his first start at double in his 7th visit. Has to revisit the middle of the oche for double 6.
18.
And he then allows Jamie a shot at tops. How much you would like to find this in just one dart? Just a nice clean shot down the middle. Double 5.
35.
Struggling with the weight of the dart mostly, and sometimes the line. But the frustration for Jamie is very evident as Kevin Burness finds double 3 to finish off leg 1. The undefeated streak for Kevin Burness looks like it's keeping going, but the problems for Jamie Lewis continue, unfortunately. All is not lost. That's what I'd be saying to myself here. Think about Parletti being 3-0 up in the last game.
100.
Thought that was academic. It was anything but in the end. Keelan K eventually missed 2 match darts.
134.
A lot of people have asked me over the last few weeks whether I'm going to be returning to competitive play.
96.
Just to set the record straight, I am looking to do so, but operations are needed on my arms.
78.
So that's what I'm focusing on in 2021. And one of the reasons why I want to come back is because I don't want my career to finish on that defeat to Kevin Burness. That was just a really bad day at the office.
58.
We all get them. Days where nothing goes right. Things that I remember from that match. Hitting a double 15 when going for a single and busting 31. That was a particular low. The lights going out on the stage. That was out of my control. I did joke earlier that just to get Kevin back, I might turn the lights out in the room just once.
30.
Just to make everybody laugh. But I'm not going to do that. And the feeling I had after that defeat was
59.
particularly heavy. One thing I will say is that a young man by the name of Chris Dobie really helped me after that defeat. He sat down with me before his own game and needs no introduction because he gave me the time I needed and the space and the counsel that I required.
58.
I don't think I'd have felt in any way, shape or form human after that for weeks if it wasn't for Chris Dobie. I know he's probably tuning in, getting himself ready for Niedenhausen.
134.
That's a well-tuned visit from Jamie to leave himself on tops, but it might be too late.
No score.
And somehow, Kevin finds the gap between the dart and the bed. And Jamie's been here before, in the last leg. We split all three doubles last time. Well, this time it's a different result, but he nudges the outside wire of the double 10. If he can't be good, be lucky.
Game in 1.
And Kevin is good enough in this leg. He has played better than this today, but he's getting a bit fortunate that Jamie Lewis is not finding the outer ring, so he's halfway to victory here. I know there are a lot of followers of mine on social media who like their wrestling.
41.
And when the lights went out in that game against Kevin at Ali Pali, I didn't really seize the opportunity of doing the whole Undertaker thing, which I now really regret. Would have been a bit of a YouTube moment.
67.
Jamie, of course.
Jamie, what was your last score?
67.
Thanks, mate. Didn't quite hear it. I'll just catch up. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Just going to catch up with the scores before we keep going forward. But what I was going to say is that Jamie Lewis loves that Ali Pali stage. Lots of great memories there. It'll be really fascinating to hear what his best performance in his own mind was on that stage, because there are plenty of performances to choose from. Actually doesn't feel like that long ago since he was making the semi-final.
125.
I was covering that tournament for the radio, and we were all marvelling at how well Jamie was playing. A lot of people tend to forget he took the first set against Phil Taylor in the semi-final, and we all thought maybe it could be Jamie versus MVG in the final. Turned out to be the exact opposite. Rob Cross against Taylor, and it was Taylor who retired
42.
after that tournament after defeat to Rob Cross and not to Jamie Lewis. This is better.
140.
Again, he's just doing enough. Parletti did just enough in the last game, averaging 88.
45.
But in this one, Burness's 76 average is proving to be fine. It's proving to be sufficient. Too often often this week Jamie's performances have withered as the day has gone on. On Monday and Tuesday, he picked up a couple of wins, and then things got gradually worse after that. And things are getting worse for Jamie with Burness on tops. And luckily for him, he's missed. Come on, Jamie, you can hit this. Give yourself a bit of a catalyst. 418s and the bull. Didn't really trouble that treble 18.
Game
He
in
will
1.
continue to scratch his head as Burness triples down, and he's possibly looking at a 4-0. And I say possibly highlighted and underlined because this is the position that Dave Parletti was in the last match. Can Jamie Lewis turn things around like Keelan did? Coming into this week, I'm sure Jamie was thinking, this is a really good way for me to start the rebuilding process of my career. And at the start of the week,
120.
I was convinced that he was doing the right things. But as the week has gone on, things just haven't worked out for him.
96.
I think the key to regaining success is, if you don't know what's going wrong, ask somebody else to help.
45.
You can't just expect yourself to figure it out, because you can't study your own throat, you can't study your own mind. Sometimes you need expertise from elsewhere to help you move forward, and sometimes with someone like Jamie, like Glenn Durrant, you might reach a point in your career where you have to think,
59.
okay, a building process needs to be done. Over the next 2 years, I will put in genuine hard work to rebuild whatever I need to rebuild. Some players, of course, don't think that way. They just think, get on with it. A bit of an old school approach, but
55.
we've seen with the advantages and the advances of sports science, and of course the use of
81.
smartphones, tablets, cameras these days, you can study things in a bit more detail. And of course the psychology of the game. Burness has got 6 darts from 193 to win 4-0 to go top of the table and remain undefeated.
96.
A 4-0 victory for him would get him to 6 points and a leg difference of +7. That's better than everybody. Dave Parletti will be back in the next game against Bradley Kirk to try and keep pace with Burness potentially, but only if he takes this out. He's got 76 left.
57.
Most people in this spot would go 57 first for 2 double tops. Maybe he should have, because he got the 57. Just got it with the wrong dart. Double 10 for Burness on his second match dart.
30.
He's missed all 3. So maybe Jamie can use this shot just to make Kevin doubt whether he can get the victory. That is a beautiful dart from Jamie Lewis. He keeps it alive, and we could be in for another match where someone is 3-0 up and potentially starting to get under the cosh. Can Jamie Lewis keep this going? Keep the match alive? This is the mind effect of playing darts.
97.
20 points away from victory. And now all of a sudden you're 501 points away again. The only way I can describe it really in other sporting terms is having a 3-foot putt to hole in a match play event, missing that,
100.
and then you have to go to the next hole, which is about 500 yards long. So you go from 3 foot away from victory to 500 yards. That is sport. That's why we watch it. That's why when you play it, you pull your hair out. Well, Kevin hasn't got that trouble. Maybe he's onto something. Maybe Michael Van Gerwen and Rob Cross are onto something. They haven't got your hair to pull out. Jamie Lewis used to have a lot more hair. If you haven't seen that famous picture of his passport photo, I suggest you try and find it. It's a very, very impressive photo.
60.
He'd love a maximum here. Hasn't got one in this match. Neither has Kevin.
10.
As far as tons go, that was a very good one. Almost a shot at double 12 on the 144. He gave it every chance.
88.
And Jamie's got to give this a chance. If he's going to miss the 60, miss it high. That's really, really in the way. But that's the best start he's thrown all day. Now he needs another. Absolutely tremendous. Maybe that's what he needs, just to get himself going. But I tell you what, those last 2 darts he threw in that leg were world class. With a dart in the way, 2 free kicks around the wall, and he's found himself to 2-3 down now. That's right, Jamie. You tell yourself you can do this. Get a little bit of adrenaline pumping through those arms.
58.
And sometimes you just need a moment like that to remember how good you are. A really nice bit of respect paid by Kevin as well when he hit that 120, because that shot did gain respect. 120s come and 120s go, but that was just a little bit extra special. And he's not going to give up here, Jamie.
80.
He could well be going to the 7th leg again. Jamie, what are you doing on 303?
58.
I thought everybody knew that 303 was a 19 shot. I don't even think that needs explaining. That's how mainstream it is for 303 to have 19s first. 7 19s leaves 170. And when you get the single 19, you still can leave a finish, but a single 20 you can't. Don't need to say any more than that.
59.
As it stands, he's got away with it. Now he really does need that 60. 18s now.
60.
You'd much rather be on 130 than 128. This is just board management for me. And twice in this leg, Jamie Lewis has made an error.
140.
And he may pay the price. 60-20 bull is way more easy than 2 treble 18s and double 10. Now he's got the 60 bull route anyway. But I think the board management aspect of his game has cost him possibly this match. Double top. Match start number 4. And number 5 goes to the left as well. So Jamie is still kicking here. One dart, a double 16 to survive.
38.
And that corner has not been good to him today. Kevin gets his 6th match dart, and he doesn't need any more, as he remains undefeated. A 6th match dart it takes him to get the points, and he has now got 6. The first person to have 6. And now it's up to Dave Parletti against Bradley Kirk. Can Dave Parletti keep pace with the table topper Kevin Burness? Has played 3 games now, so we go into the final 6 games of the day. And the predicament of the league table is as such. We have Kevin Burness on 6 points, the only undefeated player, but he has 3 other players in pursuit on 4 points. Stephen Burton, Dave Parletti, who is playing in this match, and Keelan K. On the flip side of things, Jamie Lewis has played 3 matches without a win, as has Bradley Kirk. They will do battle in game number 13, and you would hope for their sake that they're not playing to make sure who's not on the bottom of the table at the end of the day. That is possible though, but Bradley has played very well at times today. It's been somewhat unlucky that when he's played well, the other player has turned up. But for Parletti, he's had a somewhat flummoxing day. One dominant performance, one where he's been drilled, and the third one where he survived a match darts after being 3-0 up, so he'll be a myriad of emotions. We will earmark this one as an opportunity to get his 3rd win to stay in the race for the top 2 spots, of which will be promoted to the finals on Saturday. 6 players in the group, 2 at the top will go to Saturday night to join Wolfie, and if Parletti gets there,
David, 85.
he will think, okay, I don't mind playing Wolfie, because he's never lost to Wolfie in a ranking match. How about that for a record?
85. $140.
Seen some players in the Online Darts Live League play with somewhat old school equipment. I was saying yesterday that Bradley's darts look fairly old school with the poly, flight and stem as one piece. Almost as a moulded piece. But if you look at the darts of Parletti, the barrels are very old school. The kind you would have bought back in the sort of early 90s. There's nothing flashy about them. They're just his. And they're not that dissimilar to Week 2 winners Chaz Barstow, who was mightily impressive in Week 2 of the Online Darts Live League. Really do value your company
15.
most days, because we do bring you 6 days of darts per week. And we hope you can join us tonight for another group where we will welcome Darren Beveridge, Jamie Clark, Greg Ritchie, Sean McDonald again. They're all from Scotland. And Matt Dennant, the solitary Englishman, in 10 matches tonight from 9:30 p.m. via the usual channels of your favoured bookmaker site or the Online Darts YouTube page, as Dave Parletti finds a 16 darter to break the throw of Bradley Kirk at the start of this one. Starting strong, I'll be hoping, if he gets a strong start, to finish strong and finish early. Currently on the same points and same leg difference as Keelan K, and if he can get a big win against Bradley,
85.
he will bolster his chances massively. Don't forget, don't be afraid to get in touch with me on social media. Please keep it kind. I know I'm not to everybody's taste, but I hope the darts is. That's the main thing. And I know there's a lot of support out there for Dave Parletti. He's got some very close pals in the world of darts.
86.
I believe he's very good friends with Nick Kenny, another very fine player from South Wales, and someone who I really like to watch.
140.
Funny enough, Dave and Nick threw a very similar barrel.
$42.
Dave's story in darts is one of an amateur nature so far, but he has played at the Grand Slam. Don't forget about that.
100.
And that's an experience I know he really, really enjoyed. So far, the experience of this 4th game of the day is going well. And Bradley Kirk has got no resistance so far
80.
to what Dave Parletti is finding. Double 18.
David,
Well,
that'd be 24.
I suppose that's one way to leave double 6. I did not see that coming. He obviously didn't like the lie for the double 9. The bright side is double 6. Getting very close. And close enough.
32.
Just utilise the angles a little bit. The first start may have just been shielding the middle portion of the bed, but as he crept to the left on the oche, he opened up the bed enough to find himself 2-0 ahead. The story of Dave and his somewhat eventful trip to an event in the BDO calendar a few years ago where he was very ill and had to stay in hospital overseas for a while.
97.
It's been very well documented. That all seems to be in the past, which is really good. But at the time, it was one of the biggest stories in the game.
45.
I'm not going to bore you with all of the details because it's a story that's been told many times. It's just really good to see Dave fit, healthy, playing good stuff,
140.
because I've spent a bit of time with Dave. He's genuinely good company.
97.
I'm sure there's a little bit of banter in the practice room as well. Which practice room wouldn't there be banter in? And there'll be a little bit of toing and froing, a little bit of testosterone. I'm pretty sure that Parletti can hold his own with some of the best.
95.
He's holding his own in this match extremely well. This is a very impressive performance. Double 8. Oh, not far away.
108.
He can count himself very lucky that he didn't hit the double 16 there. That would have bust the score. Well, whatever was going right for Bradley earlier, it seems to have left him for now.
22.
He's not letting it affect his mood though. He's just plodding along, trying to do his best. Oh, that's a lovely dart. I'm not sure whether he threw that from the left of the oche or the right. I think it was the left-hand side because he's gone over the top of it. I tell you what, it doesn't matter where he threw it from. It's in, and it was a fantastic dart for 3-0. .48 darts delivered for the first 3 legs.
60.
And he will have a sense of deja vu. He'll be hoping that Bradley doesn't win the next 3 to continue the deja vu.
41.
Regardless of what the result is in this game, we will have Stephen Burton back to the oche for the first time in around 4 games. He will take on Jamie Lewis, who has yet to register a win. But that's a really important game for the top of the table today, and for the points accumulation of the leaders.
59.
As each game passes, it looks extremely unlikely that we're going to see Bradley Kirk and Jamie Lewis on Saturday.
60.
A very nice lead here for Dave of 160. Which is not going to be
59.
eaten into too much.
$81.
Such a lovely little twist of the dart before he delivers it. It's quite a sparkling throw to watch. Takes a bit of skill to be able to twist the dart as much as he does before he delivers it. Let's have a little look at it. There it is, little twist in the fingers. It's very similar to Callan Ridd's.
100.
It's a great last dart though. Sets up a match-winning chance for his second bagel of the day. Hungry boy. The person he bageled was the other person who is failing to get any points, and that is Jamie Lewis. So he's taking full advantage of the people at the bottom of the table. Tops. Job done. And full respect paid by Bradley Kirk as he picks up a 4-0 victory. He could have had 3, remember, but he was pegged back in his last match. But he has got himself 6 points to join Kevin Burness on that number. The race for the top will continue as Stephen Burton comes in next to try and keep pace. Pretty simple equation really for Stephen Burton. If he wants to remain on track for the top of the table by the end of the day, he needs to win here. He has 2 matches remaining, one against Jamie and one against Keelan K, which will be match 15. On the flip side of that, Jamie is simply looking for his first victory of the day to try and get off the bottom of the table. He's currently in 5th spot of 6, but only on leg difference. doesn't want to have
Okay, it's Jamie to throw first.
another day without a victory. So far today, 4 Jamie. He started with a 4-0
96.
whitewash loss to Dave Parletti, which is exactly what Bradley Kirk has just suffered. It was a 4-3 loss to Keelan K and a 4-2 loss to Kevin Burness. So maybe that 4-0 loss earlier is just something that has kept
85.
the momentum at bay. Well, if you do believe in momentum, of course. Hasn't really been any for Jamie.
100.
Craig Spriggs has just
85.
tweeted me about Jamie Lewis's famous passport photo. And he just said, wow. Yep, it's about right, Craig. It's very impressive, isn't it? You barely recognise him. Looks more like Andre 3000 than Jamie Lewis.
100.
One thing we know about Stephen Burton is that regardless of his opponent's predicament, he will just motor on, do his thing, sing his scores,
60.
and based on today's play so far, more than likely get a win. 60 for Bull. Wasn't far away from getting it either. $156 is not going to go for Jamie.
60.
But it is one for tops.
1.
Even when he says one, it sounds positive. Remarkable quality that Stephen has. Can Jamie get a shot at a double? I think he did the right thing going double-double. He's very, very close to getting that tops to leave double 18.
35.
Stephen splits all three. Big mistake. Double top for Jamie. Oh, beautiful dart. Used the guide perfectly, and Jamie Lewis takes the lead 1-0. And maybe that's what he needed, just to get the lead. And maybe he can fight and scrap his way to his first victory today against Stephen Burton.
$57.
I don't have a record of these two ever meeting before because they have played in PDC ranking events, the two of them,
60.
but never against each other from what I can see. Stephen's got some very good wins against some very good players. He's undefeated against Alan Norris, which is pretty commendable. He's won more than he's lost against myself. He's won more than he's lost against Ian White. That really jumps off the page. But on the other hand, he has not got a good record against Chris Dolby. 4 losses from 4 games. Same sort of predicament against Nathan Aspinall, where he's played 3 times and lost 3 times, but there's no shame in that. Everybody's got somebody that they just haven't beaten
40.
yet. Stephen's response to losing that first leg has been excellent.
$140.
Tops again for Burton.
6.
And again, he misses. Earlier in the day, he had a game where he was perfect on doubles. In this match, not so.
48.
Can he find it this time?
In 1.
Yeah, that's better. Settles the score at 1 leg all. And like I said, earlier in the day, he couldn't miss the doubles. He's missed a few, but now he can forget about what's happened and always roll forward to see if he can get another win here against Jamie.
Seventy.
Just looking back at
140.
Jamie Lewis's past, it has now been 11 years since he won the Welsh Classic, which means he was 18 when he won that title. He won the World Youth Masters in 2009.
55.
And of course, Sean McDonald, that will play tonight in Group C, he won it in 2002.
85.
The only real level that Jamie hasn't won at is senior PDC level, and he's been really close. He got to the final of the Gibraltar Darts Trophy a few years ago.
60.
Lost out to Phil Taylor, so no shame in that whatsoever. But one of the things that may have slipped through the net when
96.
people think about Jamie is the fact that he made the semi-finals of the World Cup singles in 2011. And that is a really, really difficult event to win.
60.
He's won at Development Tour level, Challenge Tour level, BDO level.
140.
One glaring thing left to do for him in his career, but right now it's about rebuilding. And after taking a 1-0 lead in this one,
59.
it's looking like he's going to be 2-1 behind because Burton's back at tops.
30.
This time he misses double 5 high. Such a good player when he gets the first dart right.
40.
Makes such a difference to his game. But it's double 5 again for Burton. And that
6.
was massively low. He has given Jamie Lewis a present here. Don't be cautious, Jamie. Just rip that present open. Oh, really good shot. When you get the opportunity, if you're given that chance, you have to take it, especially when you're not playing your best stuff. And he's done really well to rediscover the lead here at 2-1. And Burton is going to be puzzled. How am I 2-1 down after having so many shots at doubles? He's had 14 shots at doubles and hit one of them. He's gone from a 100% doubles performance to a 7% performance. This game will age you, I promise you. We looked at the head-to-head records of
136.
Stephen Burton. We'll have a look at Jamie Lewis as well. He's got really good records against Dennis Smith, fabulous player from Wiltshire. He's never lost to John Part. That's a very good record. Never lost to Colin Osborne in 3 games. That's a one to admire.
138.
How about one more? He's never lost to Darren Johnson. I like that one. Darren Johnson's a very hard person to play it. Very, very good player from Yorkshire.
180.
And there's a maximum for Jamie Lewis. First one of the match.
99.
He'd love another. Well, that one slipped out of his hand, and it was underarm, so he can retrieve and possibly get his 6th consecutive 60. There it is. Well, it will be typical if this goes. Double top.
31.
And Jamie Lewis has cultivated this chance after dodging a missed dart at double from Stephen Burton. Double 12. Double 3. Oh, it's almost heartbreaking to see because he worked so hard to get there. But Burton can level things up again.
In 1.
And does. What an incredible leg that was from both players. 2 maximums from Jamie, but Stephen Burton ultimately finds tops to level things, and I think that's fair enough. Based on the way they've both played in this match, I think 2-2 is probably about right. On the flip side of Jamie's head-to-head records, let's look at who he hasn't beaten. He has got a dismal record against Dave Chisnell. 9 losses from 9 games. He's never beaten Mensa Sulevic in 5. Jermaine Watamina in 5. He's never beaten Phil Taylor in 3, but based on some other head-to-head records, that's actually not that bad.
78. $140.
Stephen Burton is at it again in the 140 column. And gets himself down to the halfway point. Was that chance for Jamie Lewis to go 3-1 up the biggest hope of him winning a match today? He will sincerely hope
95.
not. Has that one match remaining with Bradley Kirk, but still has the chance to win this one. And again, you've got to go 19s. I can't say it enough. When your opponent is on the finish,
43.
you have to go 19s first for 303. If I was Stephen Burton watching on, seeing Jamie Lewis go for 20s on 303, I'd feel like I was getting very fortunate. Now he's got 6 darts from 110 to flip things around once again. Double top.
70.
The fact of the matter is, Stephen Burton should be 3-1 down. But in all likelihood now, he's going to be 3-2 up.
Into.
And that's exactly what he does with the darts that are very reminiscent of a very old Mervyn King set. He does find the way to 3-2, and he's 1 leg away with 2 chances to win the points to keep pace with the people on 6 points. A little bit of a gritting of the teeth there from Stephen. You can see there's a bit of a bulbous piece at the end of the dart and a couple of swales on the barrel. Very, very reminiscent of the old school Mervyn King dart. Nothing like the new one, where it's got these new bits of grip in the scallops, which Mervyn's been using extremely well over the course of the last 6 months.
60.
The reason I think they look like an old Mervyn King set is because I used to have a set of those about 20 years ago. If I keep talking about that, I'm probably about 10 seconds away from getting a message from Matt Ward saying exactly what they are.
60.
If you don't know who Matt Ward is, he is the manager of some of the finest dart players on the planet, like Jamie Hughes and Daryl Gurney. He's a very understated character in the VIP area. Never shows his emotions.
100.
The average for Burton is much better than that of Lewis. And usually when that continues, the winner is fairly predictable. Jamie's had some really good moments in this match, but too few consistent periods.
55.
It's conceivable that Burton can win this match 4-2 with his doubles percentage under 20%.
40.
Oh, he's just missed the
129.
141 to finish it off. He will come back for double six. Based on the way the match has panned out over the last 6 legs, you have to say that Stephen Burton does deserve that win 4 legs to 2. He joins Kevin Burness and Dave Parletti on 6 points, and the quest for the top of the table continues next as we see Kevin Burness going up against Keelan Kay, who is trying to keep pace himself. Very, very interesting game coming up in game 12, because this man has not lost so far, and he will play 2 games in the final 4. 2 of the next 3, in fact. And if he wins them both, he will finish the day on 10 points, and everybody will have to try and catch him tomorrow. But if Keelan Kay was to win this match, that would throw the cat in the pigeons.
It's Keelan throwing first. Game on.
Because what would happen is, we'd have 2 players at the bottom of the table on 0 points in Jamie Lewis and Bradley
59.
Kirk. And then we'd have Keelan Kay, Parletti, Burton and Burness all on 6. And it would only be leg difference to separate them.
96.
As it stands, Stephen Burton is top of the table.
9 scored.
Not on points, not on leg difference, on his head-to-head record with Dave Parletti.
59.
They have the same points, the same leg difference, and the next thing we go to differentiate them is how they played against each other on the day.
95.
So even though Kevin has not lost yet, he has got no reason to relax.
59.
He started the better of the 2. Keelan's had a very odd day today. Somewhat strange win over Bradley Kirk early,
93.
and then a very, very close win over Jamie Lewis.
84.
He's had some very good moments, but more often than not, it's been frustrating for him. He's been working almost too hard.
58.
Last match he did lose to Parletti after being 3-0 down. He brought it back to level. But ultimately, 2 missed match darts from Keelan proved to be his undoing in that one. And he's handed a rival for the top spot today
96.
2 points that he was never going to renege. That's a great first dart. Can he hit tops?
3.
Oh, yes. That is a really good checkout. With Burness sitting on tops waiting, that's the kind of stuff that Keelan K can do. And it's a question now of whether he can keep it going. The difference between a good player and a great player is consistency. Everybody knows that. Keelan is a good player. And the thing he's searching for right now is consistency. So
81.
when you put it in those simple terms, he knows what he has to do. Finding consistency. That's the hard thing to do.
85.
It's like going orienteering without a map. You might find it,
96.
but it's a lot harder to find it without the map. I'm sure being from Cornwall, he's really good at searching for things in the undergrowth and foraging for plants. A beautiful county, absolutely gorgeous. If you've never been there, I would highly recommend it. Especially the town of Truro, which
59.
I visited a few years ago. And in a good way, it was like going back in time.
180.
Oh, that's beautiful there from Keelan K, who has this match against Burness and a key match against Stephen Burton in match 15 to finish today's proceedings in Group B. Earlier on, we saw someone go 18s first on 98. Not Keelan.
58.
I was just holding my breath there before he hit the 20. I've seen some bust numbers this week, and I'm glad that wasn't one of them.
44.
Tops for 2-0 against the undefeated player. And he's in one of those moods, isn't he, where he finds tops and he has a bit of confidence. And if he keeps playing this well, I think the cat and pigeons are going to be very, very close to each other. It looks a little bit better than the 81 average he's currently putting in. But he's 2 from 2 on doubles, and we know he can maintain that. Well, from what I've been told, Dave Parletti is called streaky. Well, I'm going to steal that away and give that to Keelan, because he is the personification of streaky. And he was a young man, and I know I've got to be nice to him and say nice things. Well, I'm always saying nice things about Keelan, but he's proving my point. He has gone from hitting 9 earlier in this match to hitting back-to-back 180s and being almost invincible. Just going to put my pen down and marvel at that 11 darter, because I didn't see that coming. He's 3-0 up in no time at all, and he is infuriating to predict, but he is 3-0 up. It must be really difficult to sometimes figure out this game if you're Keelan, because he's making this look easy. 48 darts for 3 legs, that's even 16s.
96.
And when he's playing this well, he's great to watch. There's no shaking of the head, There's no over-analysing everything in the room.
So,
He's just destroying Kevin Burness. And the most impressive thing about this performance so far? The darts have been straight. That's his biggest issue. And that one has obviously slipped.
89.
It's got to be 18's first here. Now we can't leave a finish. Well, maybe he's backing himself to get this in 9. A 4-0 loss here to Keelan K would be terrible for Kevin's chances of topping today's table. Oh, how things would be changing. And he's going to get a shot at that 72 as Keelan. A 4-0 loss would keep him on 6 points. Would be his first defeat of the day, but his leg difference would plummet to +1. 5 legs behind Burton and Parletti. This would really drag Keelan K into the top spot race if you can find the single.
32.
And he does. But a 4-0 victory for him would get him on 6 points and +6 with Parletti and Burton.
74.
Because Burness has missed 2 at tops to stop that from being the case. He has not missed a dart at a double yet.
In 3.
And now he gets it in the third. So a 4-0 victory for Keelan K. That gets him in the running because he's now on the same points and the same leg difference as 2 other players. And we've only got 3 matches to go. Well, this is exciting stuff today, so don't go anywhere as we go into the next match, which is Jamie Lewis and Bradley Kirk. Match number 13 of 15, and we will take a short break away from a very exciting Group B quest for the best player of the day with the most points. Because we have 4 players vying for that spot. Currently, Keelan K, Dave Parletti, Stephen Burton, all on 6 points and +6 in leg difference. And then Kevin Burness, who has been top most of the day, is now on 6 points and +1 after that thumping defeat to Keelan. But these two have failed to register a victory. But one of them's got to win this game.
Okay, so Jamie throwing first.
And with everybody having 1 game left, whoever wins this match will finish 5th for the day. Whoever loses will be bottom.
1-1.
They've played each other 3 times this week already.
100.
And every single time they've played, it's been 4-0. The first 2 days, Jamie Lewis beat Bradley 4-0. And then the roles were reversed yesterday.
100.
Both of them have suffered days where they have had no points. One of them is going to have a second.
180.
Now, if he starts hitting 180s, Bradley Kirk, you hasten to say that maybe we'll get a few. Earlier on against Kevin Burness, he got 5 in the same match and lost 4 legs to 2. not going to say that that's the only one he's going to get, but now that I've said it, he probably will only get one. Jamie looking for the Dundas, the 174. Must be really cool to have a number named after you as Jamie Lewis gets his third Robin Hood of the week. Treble 17 for double 16.
100.
That would have been one of the most impressive finishes of the week so far. Regardless of the finish, he's put Jamie under huge pressure to hit this.
$94.
Lines up tops, but it may be a little late.
Game in
As
one.
Bradley Kirk gets himself a 13 dart start here, and he's not playing, neither of them are, in fact, playing like bottom of the table players in that first leg. If they continue this, it could be anything but that kind of match. Based on the way the league table is standing, they pretty much know
96.
that regardless of whether they win this match, tomorrow will be the last day that they play this week. They will not be able to play a sixth day.
45.
Two of the players at the top of the table are going to get to 8 points. And when you've got 0 or 2, you're not going to catch them. Even if you get to 12 points and have a perfect day tomorrow, I'm not so sure that's going to be enough. Not the way the table has panned out today.
$96.
Bradley has talked on social media earlier in the week about his troubles with dartitis and
50.
the amount of respect he has for players who have been through it, especially at the top level of the game. I think he talked quite eloquently about it. And I have
45.
watched a bit of Bradley play over the last few years and watched a bit of his results online. But this is my first time watching him in close proximity.
43.
I wish him all the best with the future because I don't want anybody who loves the game of darts to be suffering with dartitis. It's a horrible, debilitating thing that I, luckily, have not suffered from.
45.
The 1-0 lead and the darts here and a 60 planted.
100.
It's looking good to make that lead even bigger. Someone got in touch with me in the aftermath of Jamie's last match saying, why is Jamie using the same setup as Richie Burnett? Well, he isn't. It's a different dart, a different flight. It could possibly be the same stem.
58.
It's just a yellow poly stem in a medium size. But I assure you, the darts are different, the points are different, and the flights are different. What's more, the darts are different weights as well. Jamie uses a 23 gram dart. I believe Richie's are 22.
60.
Bradley is going to set up tops after narrowly missing that 60 to bust the score. And you get the feeling that if Bradley hits this tops, Jamie's going to get that sinking feeling again, just like yesterday. Tops it is.
Game in
Oh,
3.
what a dart that is. I can't overemphasise how good that dart was. He maybe had a third of a bed to aim at. Gradually going from left to right. He has got himself to the halfway point for another 4-0 victory over Jamie Lewis here. Could this be Jamie not getting a win for 2 straight days? That would be 10 consecutive losses. Because the last victory he picked up was against Keelan K in the very final match on Tuesday. So since then, it's not gone his way whatsoever. Before today began, for the week he was averaging 82.9, which is respectable. He had 1780s, a best average performance of 95.43, and when you look at that you think
86.
it's not too bad. A bit unfortunate to be maybe in 4th spot in Group A. But the fact of the matter is he started the week quite well. But over the last couple of days things have got worse. But there is a maximum from Jamie. That's his first of this match. Maybe I should just keep talking about maximums
45.
and maybe he can utilise my karma. $180s, Jamie. Didn't work.
100.
But it has got him to 121. 165 lead.
$40.
Plenty of time to negotiate this. And if you're not going to take it, what you want to do is leave a double and take it in one. I wouldn't blame him if he goes for the bull here.
25.
Just trying to accelerate something, get something going. I actually like that. Because no matter whether you're a world champion or someone who's struggling, you still get a smile from hitting bullseye checkouts. 9 for double 8. To halve the gap. And that is a tidy leg there from Jamie Lewis to do just what I said in halving that gap. Bradley Kirk, who didn't play particularly well in that leg, will have to rediscover a bit more of what he did earlier in the match. Well, the good thing about taking a 2-0 lead is that you know you've got that break in hand.
45.
Don't forget there is another session on tonight.
70.
Thursdays and Fridays we double down for Online Darts Live League via the Online Darts YouTube channel and of course via your favourite bookmaker site. If you are
97.
having a bit of a flutter on anything, please do gamble responsibly. Over 18s only and begambleaware.org. But tonight we have 10 matches for your entertainment. 5 players, 3 of which are new to the Online Darts Live League, 4 of which are Scottish.
130.
So expect Scottish puns tonight. Puns are plenty. Bring your best. Darren Beveridge, who I will christen Darren Beveragini. If you don't know what I'm talking about there, you obviously don't watch Gavin and Stacey. Jamie Clark, Greg Ritchie, Sean McDonald, who had a very stellar
58.
week in Group A, and of course Matt Dennant, the solitary Englishman in that group. That all begins at 9:30 British time, and we hope you can join us for 10 matches of darting action alongside the Premier League tonight. That second dart makes things a bit easier for Bradley.
90.
I thought for a second he might have got that second 60 to leave 32. Not quite.
Five.
Well, the upside, Jamie, is that you've left a finish. I'm going to look at the glass half full. Double top for Bradley Kirk
37.
is almost hit. I would love him to hit this. Unfortunately, he is not close with the first dart. The next two are a little closer. One of them absolutely perfect. But Bradley, to be within one,
Game in one.
finds tops. 3-1 up, and now has 3 separate opportunities to get his second win of the week against Jamie Lewis. Can he do it against Fireball in this leg here? Bradley wins this leg, or indeed one of the remaining 3. The record between these two will be 2-2 for the week, and their game tomorrow will be their last of the week and the separator in their head-to-head.
99.
I think most importantly, the players just want to get off that 0 point mark for the day. And the more likely of the two right now is Bradley. That one was a bit shouldery.
100.
When he gets the dart out of the hand smoothly, it's actually a very good throw to watch. I'll be fascinated to see what Bradley does now on 302. And I'll be fascinated to see what Jamie does on 299. Because these are shots where you don't go 21st.
41.
Bradley did go 18s first on 302. Jamie has to go 19s first here. But he's not going to. He's going to leave a finish, is he?
140.
No! For such a gifted player, it is such a gaping error in his tactics.
60.
Even when he's got the 2 treble 20s, the single 19 should have left 160. All of a sudden, he can barely miss this 60. What has clicked in the last 30 seconds?
127.
Something has. Maybe he's trying to show me how he can hit 299 in 7. That's what it will be if he finds it first dart. Plenty of room. Oh, yeah. Talk about a bounce in. That is the best bounce in we've had all week long. From the post into the net. And it is 3-2 now. And he's trying to survive. I love seeing those camera angles when those darts really do utilise the marker.
100.
There was a dart last year on the European Tour for Krzysztof Ratajski where we saw the dart veering away from a double top and he was going to miss it. But because there was a dart underneath it,
140.
it slid off the barrel and went into the tops. It's one of the best camera angles I've ever seen. I tell you what, that one wasn't far behind it.
122.
It's a bit like seeing a Tony Yeboah volley from 25 yards, hitting the bar, then hitting the line, then going in off the bar on the underside. Fireball almost showing off there.
25.
I assure you, he doesn't want to show off right now. He just wants to finally get a win today.
$96.
I was talking about Jamie's passport photo earlier. Someone said he looks like Marouane Fellaini. Not that dissimilar. I think you should grow that hair again, Jamie. Just an idea.
134.
The more he grows up, the more he starts to look like his dad, Mark. who is one fine man indeed and a good player. But Bradley Kirk is looking to finish the job. Boy, that was close to busting the score. And he has finished the match off 4-2, so the head-to-head record for the week is tied, but Jamie Lewis will finish bottom today. Bradley Kirk will finish 5th, but now we turn our attention to the last 2 matches of the day, which will tell us who will finish top. Into game 14, and I'm not embellishing the situation when I say this, but it couldn't be tighter. Kevin Burness is currently in 4th position in the table. After a few games ago he was 1st. The one loss of his day has been catastrophic. Losing 4-0 to Keelan K. It has withered his leg difference to +1. And the other 3 chargers for the top of the table are all on +6. So what we will have from this situation in the next 2 matches is 2 players on a plus leg difference and 8 points. How will they be separated? Every leg is key now. You get the feeling that if Kevin Burness is going to be top at the end of today, he's going to have to win this one well. Kevin is currently on 81 after 9 darts, I believe. Our graphic is just taking some time to catch up. Dave on 316. There we have it. Apologies for that. Regardless of the graphic, it's a very strong start from Iron Man this. And this is what he needs the entire match. Dave just taking his time to come back to the hockey, doing the right thing. Doesn't want to be taken out of rhythm.
81.
That is exactly what Kevin requires. Double 12.
Game into.
And that is an 11 darter to start this match. That's the best leg of the day by anybody. So there you have it. Kevin Burness starting strong. Can Iron Man keep going? If only we could do that all of the time, it would be a very easy game, but
40.
the signs from Burness of strength and then the bounce out from Parletti. Are we starting to see the tide turn back in the favour of the Northern Irishman?
60.
Northern Ireland has had some immense players over the years. just Brendan Dolan right now, who is playing some proper darts. Mickey Mansell, of course, PDC title winner. Darryl Gurney, two-time major champion. There have been more as well. I'm not just talking about the players from now.
177.
You might not remember Colin McGarry. What a player he was. He's the kind of infuriating talent that could probably pick up his darts now and be world class.
60.
If you're watching, Colin, I hope you're well. He's as good a golfer as he is at darts. Don't forget about Jeff Wiley as well. One of the stalwarts of Northern Irish darts over the years. What a fabulous player.
140.
'89 will see Dave equal, but he's not going to be equal.
49.
Just has to hope that Burness hasn't got a little bit of trickery up his sleeve yet. Not on this occasion, anyway.
81.
Tops for a level game. Double 10, can't miss, but has. And
30.
Burness. 2 darts for tops.
50.
He's wired tops and 10s. And Parletti is very, very lucky to have this chance. It's a chance he takes. And if that's the kind of match we're going to get in this one, I think we might have to make friends with the edge of our seat, that's for sure. Because 1-1 after 2, and we're none the wiser as to who's going to win it. There's a chasm in the averages. 20 between them. That's because of that first leg 11 darter from Kevin Burness.
140.
We obviously don't know if Parletti wins this
95.
by any margin. He will have to wait to find out who will win this group today. Of course, we do have tomorrow as well.
60.
But if the phone book continues the way it has today, we're looking at a very, very tight schedule tomorrow, which will start at 9:30 a.m.
56.
And if you don't get a good start tomorrow, you could be cast out really quickly. This is classy.
140.
First to the finish. It's been a good day for Dave. Started brilliantly,
83.
beating Jamie Lewis 4-0. The only stutter he's had was against Stephen Burton, where he lost 4-1, and that might come into play. That head-to-head game with Burton may come into play to separate him and
85.
Stephen after the 15 matches today. We'll wait and see for that.
$131.
Great pressure applied by Iron Man. Does he stay up top for double 18?
Oh, David.
Underpitched.
48.
Hits the double but the wrong one.
Game in 1.
And a somewhat needle in the wound, and adds a bit of salt because he hits the double that Dave could not. And this tight match continues. It's 2-1 to Burness, and it's going in his favour so far. Even Burton and Keelan K
60.
yet to come. They're both on 6 points and on the same leg difference. So they both know they just have to win to get to 8 points. But if they want to be top of the table, they'd probably rather Kevin Burness win this match Because then it would just be about getting the win by any
60.
margin instead of winning by a certain margin.
41.
So far, so good for that predicament. But Burness has started slowly in leg 4. And he's being pulverised a little bit until that
81.
moment. Lots for Jamie Lewis and Bradley Kirk to mull before their final day tomorrow, because they're not going to make the finals. But maybe they can come in and spoil other people's chances tomorrow. That's what Bradley's been doing this week.
60.
He's been
100.
playing the spoiler, and it's Jamie's turn tomorrow. Maybe he can take some of the pressure off himself and just enjoy tomorrow's play in Group B.
99.
Oh, he's made a mistake on the counting and he's just realised it. And look at the smile of Parletti's. Okay, opportunity. I've got 6 dots now. I'm going to take it.
100.
Personification right there of taking the chance. Ooh, he's left the bogey number. Well, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
100.
Well, if he wants to take it, 60 in tops.
Flights.
Interestingly enough, he didn't go for tops. He didn't go for treble 16, double 16. He went for the covered bed. And I have to say, that was tactically inaccurate. Burness, his chance to take advantage of an error.
52.
Dave's been lucky to get 9 darts from 200. Can he do it in 8?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes,
two.
he can. 2-2. And this game being close is not good for Kevin Burness in his quest for top spot. I don't think he can get top spot now, but he does want to get 2 more points. As far as the leg difference is concerned, he can only get to +3. And we know that Keelan K
104.
and Stephen Burton can get to at least +7. So Burness is not going to top the group today.
100.
You won't care about that as long as he tops it tomorrow. When you're trying to steady the ship and you deliver a 140 and a ton start,
Oh, David.
that's pleasing.
25.
It used to be 2 tons, but now we expect more from these players. And
100.
he's backed up the 140 ton start with another ton. It's a good average this from Burness, 96. Best of the day so far. At times he's looked very assured.
26.
This is looking good. Bullseye? Oh, he just fancied it, didn't he?
49.
And with Dave Parletti on 330, I'm inclined to think, why not? I would have respected him if he'd hit a 10 or an 18 as well. There is no error right there. Go for it or leave it. Either way, I'm fine. Double 16,
17.
and he will come back for it.
Damn.
100.
It's a nice leave, but it should be too late. Double 8,
Came into.
and there it is.
No.
17 darter from Kevin Burness that could have been a lot better, but it was a very well constructed leg to rediscover the lead at 3-2. And if Parletti wants to top the table, he's going to have to win the next 2, and I don't even think he can do it from here. Just going to do my calculations to find out what is possible.
119.
If Dave Parletti wins the next 2 legs and wins 4-3, gets to 8 points and plus 7 in leg difference, he would then need Keelan K to win against Stephen Burton by 4 legs to 3. Only that result will do. Because if Keelan K wins by 4 legs to 2, or 4 legs to 1, or 4-0, he'll have a better leg difference.
120.
4-3 to him, he'd have the same leg difference, but because he beat Keelan K, he would top the group. Boy, this group is keeping me on my toes today.
43.
Nobody wants to be squandered on 199.
85.
But if he makes any more errors, Burness will be there to take 2 points away from him and turn a good day
97.
into just a solid day. And he'll force him to have an almost perfect day tomorrow.
60.
Opportunity here. It knocks for Parletti. Double 11.
91.
Well, that dart was never going to be outside the double 11, was it? Can he get a shot at double 8? Not happy with that one. He's seeing the lighter side of life, even though that was a bad dart. Good attitude to have.
78.
3 for double 4 to take us all the way. He really wants this, doesn't he? Double 2. It's a really good find. We are going all the way. And if Parletti wins it, he's still alive when it comes to getting the top of the table, but he has to win this leg against Kevin Burness. The last leg they will play all day long. Look at Parletti nodding in the background. He knew it was coming after that first dart. It's a tremendous 180 from Kevin Burness. The first one of the match. It's
100.
the time to deliver it. 99% of the time. There's never a bad time to hit a 180. We have seen a 180 bust in the Online Darts Live League by Richie Burnett. So that's the one bad time. But he has backed it up with a nice ton
100.
and has got a handy 80-point lead going into the second half of this leg, and he's making it wider. And Parletti thinks this is over. It's not yet. You get your own maximum here and you're back in it. Oh, well, he's 81'd it. Just like Burness just did. That's a bad dart. Even the 20 would have left things a bit easier. But that's a really nice save. There's no better time for a 180 than right now. Right now, Dave. And he threw it hard. I'll give him full credit. It wasn't going to be short. But this one's to the wire. Just like this group has been all day long. First match dart. And Burness has got it. What a great game. Game of the day. And I tell you what, that was very, very entertaining. 8 points for Burness today. He's not going to top the table because either of the next two players will. Kevin Burness winning that last game and taking us into the final game of today's Group B action, which is Keelan K of Cornwall against Suffolk's Stephen Burton. What Kevin Burness has done as a favour to myself and all of you guys is tell us that the winner of this match wins the group today. Not the group overall, because that will conclude tomorrow at the same time. Kevin Burness has finished the day on a very strong 8 points, and because he lost 4-0 to Keelan K, his leg difference is not sufficient to be able to worry these
58.
two. Because they have the same points and the same leg difference of +6, it's a straight shootout now to see who tops the table
60.
after the first day of Group B. So Kevin, unfortunately for Dave Parletti, has made it very simple for us to understand.
100.
It's going to be an excellent day for somebody. But it's all going to hinge on tomorrow, which is really good. And we hope you can join us for that from 9:30 a.m. on the Online Darts YouTube channel. You can also tune in via your preferred bookmaker site as well. If you've had a little wager on one of these two to top the group,
180.
you might be biting your fingernails after you've gambled responsibly, because Keelan K has just got his first maximum of the match.
93.
Stevens intelligently left a 150.
82.
Keelan's last performance was a 4-0 against Kevin Burness, so he will be feeling particularly chipper.
98.
96 away from a first leg break. Perfect first start.
78.
Has had some problems on double 9 this week. Does Stephen Burton have trouble on tops?
32.
Yes, he does. Just leans into that third dart and he's out of position a little bit. And if Keelan's going to be successful, he might have to hit this early, just for his confidence on doubles. That happens way too much early in the match. He may be reminded by other people that he should split that potentially,
21.
but it's Stephen Burton who takes an early 19 dart hold in this one, in this shootout for the top spot in today's table. Let's keep going into leg 2. Chances missed, and it's how Keelan K responds from here
100.
as to how I'm really intrigued about him, because when he gets it right early, he can steamroll players like he did with Kevin Burness in game 12.
30.
But when he's had missed darts at double early, can he respond? Can he brush it off?
140.
Seems to be working so far. It's been a good day for Stephen.
100.
Hasn't lost a match since game 1 against Kevin Burness, and he should have won that one.
Ton.
He missed a few match darts to win it 4-2, and since then he's been too good for everybody.
91.
So a very stellar start to Group B here for Bertie.
97.
Keelan K is a very fast player anyway, but I think he's up the pace a little bit more. Maybe he's more comfortable playing this fast, taking the thinking out of it. Just play a little bit more naturally.
In 3.
And that's what he does. Take the thinking out of it and just execute. 1-1 in this one. And if this game is anything like the last one, we go to the wire, we could be one leg shooting it for today's table topper. Not bad for a day that's only had 3-4 nils.
137.
On Monday, we had 7. 4-0 for Dave Parletti against Bradley Kirk. Another one for Parletti against Jamie Lewis. And a 4-0 for Kay against Burness.
140.
Here's Stephen Burton starting to turn the screw a little bit here. Maybe you would have Stephen as the marginal favourite coming into this game, based on his experience. They've both played
85.
the Live League before last year. Keelan played a little bit more than Stephen. Stephen was a little bit more successful.
36.
139 away, and that's 79 away. A lot of people might
84.
question going for the treble 13 there, but I actually don't mind it when Keelan's so far back. Average of around 91 currently, Stephen, in this match. Keelan at 87. 15 for tops.
Game into.
That's a beautiful 14 dart hold of throw, just shutting Keelan out and stopping his momentum immediately. So he's the aggressor in this one, and he will have the darts in the very last leg if we go there as well. Stephen will be hoping that we don't have to go that far.
97.
Don't forget about tonight. I know you'll be chomping at the bit to watch the Premier League, but when they're at the
41.
Marshall Arena in Milton Keynes, finishing up the action around 9:30, we will just be starting.
140.
First game tonight, Darren Beveridge against Jamie Clark. Then it will be Greg Ritchie against Sean McDonald, who finished second in Group A.
85.
Matt Dennett will join the action in match 3. So we're doubling down, not just today, but also tomorrow, for your darting entertainment purposes. And then we have our finals on Saturday night as well. Don't miss that, because Wolfie will be vying for his first weekly title of 2021. This game is swaying back and forwards like a Newton's cradle. First it's Burton, then it's Kay, then it's Burton again. It's looking like Kay again in leg 4.
87.
6 darts from here. And double 16
In 3.
takes double 16 for the second time in succession in this match. And it is 2-2. We're now best of 3 to see who tops the table on a Thursday afternoon. Keelan had problems on the doubles earlier on in the match. Since then, no bother.
59.
Stephen Burton himself, 50%, 2 shots from 4. That's very, very good indeed.
48.
Keelan is looking for his second daily win of the week. He was the best player on Monday. He got 8 points on that
85.
day. He's looking to get his second day of the week, where he is
96.
registered as the best player. He was the only person to get 8 points on Monday, ahead of Matt Dennett
97.
and Sean McDonald and Jamie Lewis, who all got 6. His leg difference on Monday was +4.
81.
If Stephen Burton wins the next 2 legs, it will be +4 again, but he will not be top of the league
140.
after the first day of Group B.
$96.
6 darts this time on the finish for Stephen, and the advantage of throw is starting to be paramount here. There's the 20,
40.
and there's 20 more. Really good chance to pressurise here. Well, what do you do here when you've got a blocked bed on 140? I wouldn't be surprised if you went 25.
59.
I think that's an okay play. This, however,
60.
is a narrow miss. And now we'll find out whether going 19s with 140 left with one dart was the right thing to do.
57.
Well, we didn't really find out. He didn't get a shot at the bull. Stephen gets a shot at double 10. Oh, that's a big miss. Oh no. Keelan K surely will get a chance at double 16 for a third consecutive hit on that double. Double 16. This time is missed. And Bertie comes back for an 8 visit hold.
No score.
Can't hold in 8 visits. And you have to say he has nobody to blame but himself. Every dart player who graces the Challenge Tour, Development Tour or the Pro Tour should surely hold in 8 visits.
Into.
And that's a real gift for Keelan K because now he has the opportunity to win today's table. He can serve it out here or potentially break in the last leg. It's his choice. Well, his choice would be to do it now and save the stress. He has had some victories this week where he's closed things out really well. And I don't think he's had a better close this week than the game he played against
83.
Jamie Lewis, I believe it was, on day number 1. Just looking through my notes here.
59.
It was against Matt Dennant, I do beg your pardon.
58.
He was in a shootout with Matt Dennant for the title of Day 1 champion. And it was 3-all. And Keelan K delivered a 12-darter in the deciding leg.
40.
Oh, how he would love to do that again. Well, he's not going to get a 12. But what he has got is breathing space and a very good cushion of 104.
81.
He doesn't like that one. But Stephen is not going to get to a finish.
100.
He's got 6 from here. Howie would take an 81 now.
80.
Well, that's an 89, so that's just as good. Double 16 would be to finish the job. He has stuck to his task after a slow start today. Somewhat fortunate start to get a win whilst not playing his best, but he has got better as the day has gone on. Double 8.
24.
And he has missed double 16 and double 8 by some margin there. Can Burton survive on double 16 himself?
74.
Not quite. That was his chance. Can Keelan K rubber stamp it? Match dart number 5 is exactly what he gets. And he is the person at the top of the tree after 15 games in Group B. We will have another 15 tomorrow at the very same time. And Keelan K is only just ahead of people on Like Difference, but there are some more in the chasing pack. Don't forget to join us later on from 9:30 p.m. British time. The usual channels will show Group C as we welcome 4 Scottish players and 1 English player going into later on. But thanks for your company today, and we will see you not just tonight, but tomorrow. This is The Asset signing out for now. We'll see you later.